Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Isrin here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Hi, Scissorin here. And welcome to my channel. Wow, that looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Excellent. Gauntlet will be held on Earth. Yeah. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is, oh my, this is the undisputed best axe in the game for duelist, for banquet, fucking banquet, holy shit.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. Today I'm going to be
Weird that he says it without the grinding your games. This is so weird. Hello, chat. How y'all doing? Afraid I would watch the new Chris video today. See what they have to say. How y'all doing? You guys have fun yesterday? I like that Chris is a YouTuber now. He almost has a play button already.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson.
This is gonna be a long one. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop and commentate for 10 seconds every 5 seconds. There should be a 4-hour video. I'm just kidding. Let's watch it though. Well, am I kidding?
Today I'm going to be chatting with Arthur Bruno, the founder of Crate Entertainment and the creator of the action RPG Grim Dawn. I'm really looking forward to this conversation because Arthur took an entirely different approach to most aspects of the business model of his game and the structure of his studio than we did back when I co-founded Grinding Gear Games. Thanks for joining me, Arthur. To many of our viewers, you won't need an introduction, but
Is every ARPG creator bald? You have to lose your hair to make a good ARPG? Is that the secret?
some people aren't familiar with the creators of their favorite games. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hey, Chris. It's always great talking with you. I'm Arthur Bruno. I'm the founder and creative director of Crate Entertainment. I've been in the game industry.
Looks like
for
ARPG Vin Diesel.
about 25 years now. I kind of got into it by accident at a time when there weren't any colleges or anything for game development. And I just started playing Age of Empires at school and became one of the top players. And then Ensemble asked me to do some work for them and said, hey, you should apply for a design position, which, was wild because it didn't even occur to me that you could have a job working in games.
That's very cool.
So yeah, I did like a little playtesting work on Age of Kings, and then one of the co-founders of Ensemble asked me to join his startup studio, Iron Lore, which was working on an ARPG that eventually evolved into Titan Quest. So I was just like one of the first guys working in a windowless one-room basement office in Sudbury, Massachusetts, trying to get a publishing deal for Titan Quest, and then basically helped hire up the design team. Saw that game through to completion, worked on the Immortal Throne expansion, and then I founded my own company in, I guess it was 2009. So it's been a while now. Crate Entertainment.
Yeah, Titan
At
Quest.
Crate, I was able to work out a deal to use the Iron Lore engine since, the Titan Quest engine, since Iron Lore had gone out of business at that point. It was a wild idea because, I didn't really have any investors or anything. I was just paying for everything out of pocket. But, I
Wow.
thought that, hey, there's no other action RPGs coming to market. And, Titan Quest sold over 1 million copies. So,
Very
if I could do
impressive for back
something
then.
rough and small scope and capture even like 10% of that audience, it could be a stepping stone to something else. And then, Path of Exile caught us by surprise. Torchlight appeared out of nowhere. And then later on in development, Diablo 3 was announced. So, I was really scrambling, trying to figure out how am I going to be competitive in this market. So I launched
Grim Dawn does like really well. It's not one of my favorites. I think Titan Quest I had a lot of fun with. I like the new one. I played the demo, but even right now, like it's just like I got a very like consistent audience for the type of game it is. Your camera is frozen. I'm actually just focusing so much, so you can't see me move. I'm actually so fast. Grim Dawn. Yeah, I think it's a very good game. I just don't like it. Like for me, what Grim Dawn is missing, and Nasty Book struggles a little bit with this, but not as much. But like, I feel like it's like a lot of like oomph missing. Also, Bertini, are you still here? Of course you are. I only wrote in chat, but Bertini, thank you so much for the 119-month resub. That is absolutely insane. Wait, 119. Okay, I guess so. Next month is 120. That's crazy. 10 years almost. I should get something for the first 10 people to hit 10 years. I don't know what, but I should get something. Like bath water or something. Something nice. Shower water. He's focusing so hard that he's telepathically communicating to all of us. Bam.
A Kickstarter, was able to hire up some guys who'd come out of 38 Studios at the time. We got it to early access in 2012, and then just kept putting all of the money back into the development of the game until we finally launched in 2016. And and it's funny because I originally thought, man, if we could sell like 500K copies, that would be amazing. And since then, we've gone on to sell like 10 times that number. And it's put us in this position where now, we kind of have like the freedom and flexibility to just kind of do what we want, work on projects that interest us, and, take whatever time we need to, make the product meet our expectations.
That's a very cool story, and there's a lot of stuff to talk about here. Let's start with Titan Quest. I remember this game fondly. As my viewers know, I played a lot of Diablo 2 back in the day, but that segued into a lot of Titan Quest.
As my viewers know, I can't get used to Chris Wilson, the YouTuber.
That one of the reasons Path of Exile exists is that after Titan Quest, there were no other action RPGs being made. Like exactly the same feeling you felt when you started on Grim Dawn is basically there was just the silence, and it felt like there was an opportunity in the market. And so this was off the back of an awful lot of Titan Quest play between me and my friends. Jonathan in particular, I remember we basically lived in the same room playing Titan Quest for a number of weeks there.
That's awesome. It's cool to hear.
So on Titan Quest, you mentioned some of your responsibilities, but can you go into more detail about what your role was and what you worked on in that game?
Yeah. So Brian Sullivan, who was one of the co-founders of Iron Lore, had heard about my work helping with multiplayer playtesting on Age of Kings, and got in contact with me, and I eventually went down, and they made me an offer. But this was before they had a contract, publisher funding to develop the game. So I was kind of working on like an hourly basis. I was driving like an hour into the office a couple of days a week, and had no idea if this was going to go anywhere. And I think kind of like the sunk cost fallacy kept me going, because it took 3 years to get a contract. So the more time I put in, I'm like, man, I gotta see this through. Gotta make it to the end. We gotta make this publishing deal happen. And during that time, I had played Diablo 1. I actually did not play a lot of Diablo 2 because I was, swept up in RTS fever. And then later got into MMOs. But, obviously they wanted to make an ARPG, so I'm like, I got to learn everything I can about ARPGs. And I started playing Diablo 2, and, I became addicted to it. I played, just thousands of hours of Diablo 2. And, like, me and one of the other
Diablo 2 was such a shaping game for the entire genre.
guys, an engine programmer who went on to found Unknown Worlds, would just be up until, like, 4 a.m., or sometimes we wouldn't even go to sleep. We just played Diablo 2 all night, sleep in our chairs, and then wake up and start working on, Titan Quest again. And during that time, I just applied a lot of the lessons that I had learned as a player for what worked and what I thought could be improved in Diablo 2 to the design of Titan Quest. And I was given, like, pretty much free reign to just design an ARPG. So I was there just working on the design for like 3 years until we finally got a contract and were able to hire up the rest of the design team. So I worked on like pretty much every part of the game, designed, I think, almost all the major features. And then was just, led the gameplay team and, implementing everything, fleshing out the game, doing all of the itemization, setting up all the monsters and the boss battles. I did a fair bit of like level development and then help, plan the Immortal Throne expansion. And while that was being worked on, I was tasked with trying to create and pitch other projects, but none of those really came to fruition.
Well, you did an amazing job with Titan Quest, and thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate
personally,
that.
Yes. So, as you mentioned, this led on to Grim Dawn when you licensed the Titan Quest technology. What were your goals with Grim Dawn? Like, what did you set out trying to achieve there?
So, honestly, I felt a little frustrated working on Titan Quest because, there were certain aspects of the game that I thought could be a lot better. Some of it was that when you're working for a publisher, you sign up for, a milestone list of what you're going to deliver. And to change anything on that milestone list is very difficult during development because, you have to it's like, say you have an idea for like a great new feature or whatever. Well, you don't necessarily have time in the schedule to work on that. So now you have to cut something. But to cut something, you have to go meet with your project managers and convince the publisher that it's, worth making this change. And so typically that just doesn't happen. There were a couple of times when I wanted to do things and, management was like, well, it's too much of a hassle. Like we have these deliverables. This is on the schedule. There's just,
Sounds
no
annoying to deal with.
realistic way to get this done.
Right. Whereas on your own projects, you can just do it.
Yeah. There's nobody here to tell me I can't add a feature, which, sometimes is a bad thing, but I think generally works out for the players. And then on top of that, I feel like really this kind of misguided attempt from the top to make this very like family friendly. And so we weren't allowed to have blood and gore or even really like hit effects. And I don't know that the game necessarily needs to be gory, although, I think a lot of the audience enjoys that. And I do myself. But without that, without any kind of hit effects, you don't have very good feedback or like a, satisfying feel to combat. And we did get a lot of criticism about that after launch, where I think somebody likened combat to like cutting wheat or something, because there was no like meaty impact. There were not a lot of like flashy feedback when you killed or hit an enemy. There were no death effects or anything like that. So it was a lot of, I think stuff like that. There were a lot of
things like that. It's so important for me, like just the way like Herald of Ice and like Freeze feels in a lot of games. But also, I still think the most satisfactory death effect in any game I ever played was the Fallout 2. I think it was in Fallout 1 as well. Melting of the characters. I just thought that was so cool and so enjoyable that I played energy weapons, sometimes shotguns or energy weapons, just because of the cool death effects, regardless of how strong anything was. And I always wished like an ARPG, Contagion does this a little bit in PoE too, but I really wish there was like a proper melt, turn things into a puddle in ARPGs.
Things that I learned over the course of Titan Quest development that I didn't get to apply because systems had already been created, and to go back and redo them would have just been too painful during development. We didn't have time to do that. So when it came to Grim Dawn, I was just, it was like a chance to do everything all over again, but the way that, I wanted it to be.
That's really cool.
A little self-indulgent, but...
Yeah. I never noticed the combat feel that you're talking about in Titan Quest until you mention it now. And then thinking back, I do agree. Like, as a, decades later, as a game developer, obviously the effects that you're talking about do make it more punchy. But as a player at the time, I was so focused on items.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that's difficult as a designer, is that oftentimes there are ways in which the game is not best meeting, the player's needs, or it's not providing the level of satisfaction it could, but players don't necessarily know why. And you have to try to interpret that or figure out what that is. Like, for example, there was a time during development where people kept complaining to me that Titan Quest felt slow. The combat felt slow. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, like, man, it's timed out pretty, comparatively to like Diablo 2. And like, I was very hesitant to increase the speed because as I'm sure when you're working with like itemization and skills where they have...
I think a lot of that is also like the time though of the genre. Like, it's more doable now to have proper like punchy combat. Like, whereas like Dungeon Siege and all the older games, like the engines didn't really account for that. All right, Asmongold, wrap it up. Where's the gameplay? So I'm gonna watch this entire video. So the first 2 hours we'll be reacting, then we're gonna do Hellclock later.
A lot of like speed bonuses. You have to plan for an end game where things can become ridiculously fast. So you can't have your base level be too fast. And I was really resistant to changing it. And I got a lot of like pressure from the president to, make these changes. And, but I really wanted to think about it. And eventually, after analyzing it for a long time, I realized that there was like a discrepancy between when the hit visually looked like it was happening in the animation and when the sounds were playing. And when we fixed that, because a part of it is like the human brain, like you can kind of unconsciously perceive that something's wrong, but you don't know exactly what it is. It just feels bad. And part of it was that it just felt bad to people. And they were saying it felt slow. And then it turned out once we fixed this and synced everything up, everybody's like, oh, wow, this feels, great. Did you make the game faster? It's like, no, we just fixed the hit calls.
That's really interesting. It reinforces the thing that Mark Rosewater, one of the designers of Magic the Gathering, has said, which is that, listen to the player's feedback, it's important, but don't necessarily listen to the solutions. Listen to the problems and find an appropriate solution. In this case, fixing the sound timing was a good solution rather than just speeding it up to mask 100%. The problem. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think always you have to listen to the feedback, because it's, if players are complaining about something, then something's wrong. But oftentimes it takes some detective work and really looking at the numbers to figure out what exactly it is.
She bought it.
I mean, we had another thing in development on Titan Quest where people were playtesting.
She's really good at like making
skill masteries, and I don't know. I think it was like Volcanic Orb or something. It was like one of the Earth Mastery skills. They were saying like, "Oh, the skill just seems really weak. It seems very underpowered." And I was busy and I didn't get around to making changes, but the effects artist had checked in new effects for it, sound effects and visual effects. And the next, couple days later, they're playtesting it and they're like, oh, wow, this skill feels like great now. I think it might even be overpowered. And then I had made no change. And then the best part is literally a day after that, the engineer who was working on the skills came to me and said, oh, by the way, I just found out that Volcanic Orb is totally broken. It's never done any damage. So it went from underpowered to overpowered based on visual effects, and the skill wasn't actually doing any damage.
Yep. We had similar things with...
Okay, for those of us not in the know, why are we watching this? What's the context here? So, Chris Wilson, the guy's channel we're watching, was the founder of Grinding Games. He was the CEO of GGG, who made Path of Exile. He's working on a new project right now, but he's also started a YouTube channel. He's just started it. And initially he like messaged me and he was like, hey, I'm making a YouTube channel. If you want to see the video, it would be cool to see your reaction. And the videos are really good. Chris left 2DD? Yeah, like 2 or 3 years ago. Can you increase the volume a bit? Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it just like it's really, really good, interesting videos.
With Path of Exile, where players would have opinions about the balance of certain things, and later you find out, oh, it's never worked. That thing has never ever done the increase that it says. It's just been at 0% the
Thank
whole
you for
time.
some.
And we were convinced, like we were making changes, going, it feels a lot better now. The players like, yeah, good job, and the thing never functioned. Like I think that I may be wrong about this, but my memory is that like bow damage increases in classic Diablo 2 didn't work or something like that, for quite a while after release, and it's just really hard to tell. I mean, nowadays, of course, we've got unit testing and more mature ways of developing stuff where it's a bit less cowboy, but yeah. It's interesting how the game can still feel great, Yeah. So, talking about the start of Grim Dawn, I vividly remember your Kickstarter crowdfunding in April of 2012, because we launched our Path of Exile crowdfunding in the same month, though not on Kickstarter. We decided to use our own site because I wanted to save the 5%. Your campaign did incredibly well. We were watching it and super, super pleased to see that I believe it raised over $500,000 that month. So what did the success unlock, and what constraints did the crowdfunding create for the project?
I mean, the big success is that I went from a guy who was paying for a little bit of art and volunteer work out of my pocket to all of a sudden I could actually hire some, full-time employees. And that really accelerated development, because we'd really kind of like one of the main guys that who had been doing volunteer work on it had a kid and had a new job, and things really slowed down. And I'd reached a point where I was thinking like, geez, is this ever going to happen? Like I need to do something, otherwise this game's never going to go out. And how many years of my life can I devote to working on this without pay? So we did the Kickstarter, and all of a sudden a couple of people came on, and I got super lucky. I didn't realize this at the time. I mean, I've always known that they're great guys, and I enjoyed working with them. They do good work, but I don't think I really appreciated how amazing some of the initial people that I hired were, until like later on, and we had to go through the struggle of trying to grow the company, and found that it was very hard to find, other people out there who were, met the kind of caliber of people that I just kind of lucked out with early on in my first hires. But, that greatly accelerated the pace of development, but it also put me in this position where I had this doomsday spreadsheet of, how many months is it until I run out of money and I can't pay people. And, all of that pressure of not only providing for people's livelihoods, but the fact that I had just taken these people's money into all the Kickstarter donations, and now I had to deliver a product that I, wasn't fully sure how I was going to get from point A to point B with that. I remember waking up at nights, like shortly after the Kickstarter, in like a cold sweat, thinking, oh my God, how am I gonna finish this game? Like, how am I gonna,
that's a lot of pressure.
Put a product out that these people donated for? And in my head, I had imagined at some point maybe we would have to sign on with a publisher, but like if we could get the game far enough completed, it would at least give us some leverage to make a good deal. And I did talk to some publishers at one point as we were, my doomsday spreadsheet was counting down. But I just always felt like if we had accepted one of those deals, we would end up in a similar position that we were in at Ironlore, where you're kind of like on a treadmill towards a cliff that you're going to fall off of.
Always have to commentate.
If you can't line up the next project fast enough before your initial funding runs out. And also we wouldn't have ownership over the IP, which I think would make things very restrictive in terms of what we're able to do.
Does Grim Dawn not have a publisher at all?
That just the whole like management structure you need for reporting when dealing with investors or a publisher. At one point, I even explored this crazy deal with a mining company.
I don't think so.
Where one of the guys was actually based in Australia, but I guess he was a huge Titan Quest fan.
Is Chris Wilson working on another RPG? Did he say it was an RPG? I can't remember. I don't know. I mean, it's either an RPG or a card game. I'd assume. He said he won't talk about his project for a bit. Yeah, I mean, I would assume ARPG or card game.
And I guess he was saying that, investment in mining is sort of similar to the type of investment that we would need in games, because they apparently they spend a lot of money just doing exploration to see even if there are resources that are mineable before you can actually create a product and bring it to market. But yeah, that didn't quite work out. And so, eventually, I just kind of kept going, but Steam Early Access became a thing. And, once I knew that we could get the game out in Steam Early Access, that took a lot of pressure off, because I was like, all right, we can release something. Because I felt like we had a really good bit of content, and I felt like the game felt very good at that point. It just needed a lot more content. So I think it was either 2012 or 2013 we did the Steam Early Access, and it didn't blow up big or anything initially, but it provided enough income that we could just keep development going, and had the time that we need to eventually make the product we were finally able to make.
How many staff did you have working on it at that stage?
I mean, immediately after the Kickstarter, I think I might have had 3 or 4 people, not including myself. And then by the time that we released Grim Dawn, we were up to 7.
It's going to be interesting. I really wonder how main game developers feel from it. But obviously, we're seeing so many games come out in short notice now, and a lot of that is obviously due to AI and stuff. It's going to be kind of crazy, the scope of game projects that we're going to see smaller teams are able to do now, with increasing help on easy coding.
People, I think.
God, it's amazing you made such a good game with such a small team.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it's actually funny, because I feel like people don't really believe that from the outside, or think that we worked like crazy crunch, which, I mean, I did in those initial years, but now we're still a very small studio, but we don't crunch or anything really. And it was always very awkward when I was initially hiring people, and they're like, well, how big is, your team? It's like, oh, it's 7 people, but we made Grim Dawn. And I think people can't quite do that math in their head of how does that make sense?
I had a similar experience where when we released Path of Exile, we were shopping around to find a...
Just flip the coins. Imagine so many people in Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 could totally wreck the base RPG ever into the dumpster. The thing is, though, it's very cherry picking metrics, right? Because by most metrics, Diablo 4 is the most successful ARPG of all time. It is. We don't like it, but it is how? It's made 10 times more money than any other ARPG put together. What do you mean? What do you mean no way or how? What do you think is the metric of making a game? It's about profit. You could put together every ARPG. I'm talking about profit, not revenue. Diablo 4 is more successful because it paid 10 million times more money than any other ARPG in advertising. Do you think if Path of Exile had the same amount of advertising as Diablo 4, it would make more money? I meant more than. The main metrics of success of a product is profit. Megan Fox on the next League reveal stream. Yeah, we would never be able to achieve the same number simply because it caters to a different audience. The thing is that Blizzard's market is casual players. Candy Crush and stuff like that is a lot more successful because a large majority of players can just boot up something on their phone and play, or something that's like you can just play for an hour here and there. Like the Diablo 4 audience, no, it's actually quite a lot of people for it. Candy Crush is actually goated. Like, we don't consider them successful games because we don't like playing them, because we like advanced games, but that doesn't make them unsuccessful. Diablo Immortal is even more profitable and popular than D4. Both are huge. Is that true? Do you have any stats for that? I've never seen any sales numbers showing Diablo Immortal making more profit than D4. Could you show me the... Could you show me where you're pulling that info from? It's what Google tells me. You mean the AI Google thing? Immortals. Oh my god, I just accidentally solved the puzzle I was working on, and I have no idea what I did. I'm so sad. Fuck. I was working on this like finger puzzle, and I just solved it, but I have no idea what the fuck I did. I was just playing with it like a... Fuck. My wife said it couldn't be solved. Now I'm just gonna have to pretend I'm so fucking smart. Fuck. Oh my god, I have no idea what I did. I just... No, it didn't break. It, like, can't break. It's two solid parts. Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna have to tell my wife I'm a genius. Fuck. That's so annoying. I don't know. Oh my god. I mean, I know that, like, the theory of how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to, like, slide it in a certain way and then... Oh my god. I think it's too small in the VOD. My god. Fuck. I'm so sad. Ah. Okay. Whatever. But yeah. But like, there are loads of different metrics of success, but like saying Diablo 4 is a dumpster fire and stuff, like for people like us, yeah, I agree. It's not a good ARPG for the people that grew up on D2, but it is... It is very successful in other... What do I hate about D4? It's very shallow. There's no like fun league mechanics. They usually like just redo the same league mechanic every time. Not in a retention standpoint. I mean, the audience does dwarf pathways. Well, the most profitable RPG, and this is Dungeon Fighter Online. The fuck is Dungeon Fighter Online? There's too much AI information and articles out there.
Publisher for Southeast Asian regions like Taiwan and so on. Eventually we signed with Garino, who we were happy with, but we talked to another publisher as part of, courting different ones, and they were very clear with their rejection of us. I vividly remember them saying, okay, look, we like the game, we think it's going to do great, but we're not going to publish it because your team is 22 people, and we feel that to run live operations for this, you need another 100 people.
Darkest Dungeon, yeah.
I said, oh, okay, what would they do? That 100 people that we're just going to hire? And they go, oh no, there's so much stuff to do. And on one hand, they were completely wrong. We published the game just fine with our 22 people. But on the other hand, they're right, because GGG in its current form has grown to hundreds and hundreds of people, and they are all doing useful things, and it enables the very large scale live.
What's the TLDR for why Chris Wilson's not on 2DD anymore? He just wanted to retire. I mean, yeah, wanted to retire. Just done working on it. Like, 13, 15 years, whatever, is a very long time to do one thing. I think he just wanted to get back to like working on smaller project. I also I did talk to him still, so I don't really... Yeah. I'm sure he'll talk more about it at some point. He wanted to be a dev, didn't like CEO stuff? Yeah. What is this Dungeon Fighter 22 billion? I'm so confused. Dungeon Fighter. I've never even heard of this game. That seems like an entirely made up figure. I don't believe Dungeon Fighter made 22 billion and Diablo 4 made 1 billion. It's a game I haven't even heard of. I'm shocked if that's true. Could be. I'd be shocked. Chinese game. Yeah, maybe it's 22 million one. Chinese market. You get it? You don't know DFO? Darkfall Online? I love Darkfall Online. Fighting game with RPG, it's not even an ARPG. I mean, it looks like you're right. My brain is struggling to process it. One of the highest grossing video games of all time. Wild.
Service stuff that I think that publisher was expecting the game to grow to. So it was prescient for them to say that, but at the time we thought that's crazy to just incur, to incur $8 million a year of extra costs for no benefit.
Yeah.
And so, but man, getting your game made with, a team of 7 people or less is very impressive. I understand how difficult that would be.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is just, I think, the fact that we're all remote and we don't have any
I think remote is very good.
There's no extraneous people. There's no like management layer really. There's no bureaucracy. We don't really have meetings. We're not.
I put it back together again.
Things that don't make sense because a publisher wants us to put out a demo or this or that, whatever. So I don't know. Things are just very. I mean, we're just very streamlined. Like we don't have any just pure concept artists in the company. Because I don't know, early on, I didn't have money for it. But I also just came to the conclusion, like, well, there's lots of good character artists out there who also can concept. So why not just hire people like that and then, make a concept? And I think it works out especially well because a lot of times, like if you look at big AAA studios, the type of concept art that they're often churning out is like way overdeveloped.
Yeah, it's good for marketing and for, art books and that kind of stuff, but it's more detailed than the sculptors or low poly people actually need.
Yeah, so like, I mean, a lot of times we just are like, hey, do like a line drawing to start out, do a bunch of line drawings, and we'll pick one that we like and then develop it maybe a little bit further. But, still we try to keep things like as rough and fast as possible just to, because it's all just an intermediary product.
I wonder if there's an incentive where artists would really prefer to work on high detail things because it makes great portfolio pieces and they can be super proud of these amazing illustrations they've done.
Yeah, well, I think there's that, and I think also, people who are concept artists get in.
Just paying one salary to somebody and I'm doing multiple jobs. Well, there's usually like stock options too for other employees in smaller companies, so you are a lot more incentivized to work harder. It is quite normal. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I think there's a lot of jobs where you like can't always afford like a healthy work-life balance. It's like just a lot better. Like if somebody works 10 hours a week and you work 20 hours a week, you shape twice as much. Streamer finds out while working in small companies. Like yeah, like sometimes you need to do multiple roles, and it's fine not to want to do that, but it's also really good for the people that are willing to do that. Can confirm 50 hours a week in my man at the moment, yeah.
To it because they love drawing. And it would be like if you asked a 3D modeler like, oh, just half finish the model. We don't need the full model. Don't bother wasting too much time texturing it.
We just want the front.
Yeah, just do the low poly and just put some primary colors on it. That would be very unsatisfying. So I understand how things get pushed in that sort of overdeveloped direction. But yeah, I mean the problem is it's an intermediary product that other than a few samples potentially making it into an art book, nobody's ever really going to see.
Yeah, I guess it's useful to have a few super high resolution pieces for your, booth somewhere at Gamescom. But aside from that, you don't actually need the detail for, actually creating the assets.
Yeah, and you can always hire out for that. For like marketing art, or like I mean, honestly, most of our marketing art is just done in house. Like, we have a couple of guys who are 3D modelers, but they also are just very good 2D artists. And are they the best 2D marketing artists available? No, probably not. But like, it just doesn't need to be.
Yeah, somewhere on the internet there are a lot of artists super angry at us now, but
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, I suspect that for AAA games, ones that really want to push the fine fidelity, then they will benefit from the super high quality concept art. But for us, especially with a top down perspective, we have different goals with the way we develop our art, especially
Well, I mean,
cost cutting.
yeah, I think that's a big part of it too. Is for an isometric game, or especially a very zoomed out game like a town builder,
Yeah.
it's like the level of detail is not viewable from typical camera angles. So spending too much time developing that in 2D just doesn't make sense.
I also just think graphics wise in general, at least for me, I have like a minimum requirement of graphics for me to enjoy a game. Like I try not to be a graphics snob, but I would have a hard time now playing a game like Populous the Beginning level graphics. You know what I mean? Hold on. Shut up. Hi. Don't you play RuneScape? So RuneScape is better graphics than Populous the Beginning. And very often a lot of those games that I play, but like Megabunk as well is beyond my minimum level of graphics that I enjoy. Like but like sometimes it's also sometimes the game is good enough that I like don't mind the graphics. Can you give us an example then? Fallout 1. Like, I don't know, sometimes like some old games are just kind of old and janky and it's hard for me to enjoy them. Hero Siege, like that style of graphics. Like, for example, Terraria is a game that I'm playing in spite of the graphics. Wait, do I have a second cat? Like, yeah. Valheim is really beautiful, but also really ugly. Like, the textures are ugly. Kenshi, I didn't mind Kenshi. I don't know. For me, I guess it's more of a vibe. But, like, there's... I do struggle a little bit on some pixel games. But, for example, like, early Last Epoch was fine. Moonbeast game is fine. Like, that kind of thing. Like, that's fine. Like, I just need to, like, not hate the graphics, and then it's all about the gameplay for me. Wouldn't the issue be more about how much time you have to stare at the game looks? Maybe. Like, I don't mind RuneScape, surprisingly. Which Blizzard IP do you think we get the largest and most positive reach for a sequel announcement today? World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft 2. Maybe? StarCraft 3? I don't think StarCraft would get a ton of positive. Would it? I don't think it would. Diablo Immortal 2. Like, I think RTS is like the most niche genre. You know what I mean? Like, it's also a very hard competitive genre. I don't know if Blizzard will make a new game for a long time. RTS used to be way more popular. What do you guys think about my take on RTS? That, in my opinion, RTS was so popular because they were so far, just because of like the view angle and everything of the game, they were so much more polished than any other game of its time. I feel like RTS was more popular because it was further along than any other genre at the time. Whereas now that the playing field and technology for other games has been upgraded, that's why they're less popular now. Like, people didn't necessarily want to play RTS games, but they were the most polished games. But like now there's so many other more polished styles. Like, I played a lot of RTS growing up, but now that I have way more choice, like, by far my favorite genre is PvP games, any form of PvP game, and then survival games. Like, I really love survival games, ARPGs. That's why I'm so excited for the Moonbase thing. If they really do like survival x ARPG, I'm over the moon. I'm so excited. AI RTS versus AR insane. Yeah. Tried ABI yet? Yeah, I have. DC2 login. Yeah, I'm very excited for DC2. I solved it again. Okay, whenever I can't solve it when looking at it. I can't solve it when looking at it. I can only solve it accidentally. I hate everything.
Yeah, I understand. So you mentioned that Crate is an entirely remote development studio, and this is fascinating to me because I didn't really enjoy COVID. Like, Grinding Gear Games was very much set up to, be a crowd around a monitor and make a game.
I didn't really enjoy COVID.
With your friends in person kind of setup, and that was a lot of fun. And running a studio remotely where you don't actually get to interact with people face to face was really hard for me.
Who did? I mean, okay. I mean, for me, it did not impact my life at all, and it increased my revenue. So, like, there were no downsides. It only had upsides for me, other than, like, especially elderly people dying. And aside from all the death, didn't really affect me. Like, to be fair, I did go outside less than normal. I literally didn't go outside for, like, a year. And then I had a sun shock when I went outside. It improved my working conditions. IT became work from home. Yeah, I'm really curious to hear Chris's take on it, actually, because obviously their studio is very in person.
And so I've seen the amazing success you've had just, doing it remotely, and I'm sure this comes with many advantages, like, being able to hire people all over the world or whatever. Can you talk about why you set up the studio like that, and how much of a difference it made when COVID hit, and, because you already potentially had your remote workflows all set up completely at that point?
Yeah, the why is very easy. It was lack of money. Early on, like, we were so bare bones that, I just couldn't. I actually went around and looked.
It's so cost efficient to work remote
at one point, but like I just couldn't pull the trigger on signing a lease because it was, it seemed like so much money relative to the fixed amount that we had at that point after the Kickstarter.
It just seems so much more cost efficient. Don't most people work better from home anyway? Like, this might be a naive point of view. Like, obviously, like, I don't have necessarily a lot of like company experience, like, working, but I would way, way, way rather have people have like deliverables of like, you need to get this done. I don't care if you get it done in 1 hour or 10 hours. Like, if you get it done in 1 hour, you have the rest of the fucking day. Do whatever the fuck you want. Play games. I don't care. I want people to have solid deliverables. Like, this is what I expect from you. Get it done as fast as you fucking can. If you take 20 hours to get it done, I'm gonna have to fire you and get somebody else, right? I really hate this whole, like, there must be so much of, like, human effectiveness that just get absolutely wasted. Like, how many people in chat right now are wasting time on their job? Like, in a percentage, right, the amount, while you're working, say if 100% you're working the entire time you're at work, you have, like, no dead time. Okay, do I look like I know what days are? Right, what percentage of the time you're at work that you're actively working? Because like for some jobs that will be 100%, right? Physical job, dude, I would die. 40% of my time in the day is spent commuting for non-remote work. Wow. 100% all physical. Jesus, that sounds tough. I couldn't do that. 20%. Yeah, I know some like I have a friend that does like compiling work and he has like 5% work time. But I just feel like that's like so much time wasted. It's crazy. There's a lot of power and camaraderie. Some build way better in person. That's fair. 5%, yeah. Like, that's the thing with streaming. Like, it's not hard work, but like you are on the entire time. You're just leaving out the greed factor. Companies want 100% from you all times. Yeah, but that's also like humans thinking very short. Like sometimes you can get people to work better. I don't know. Like, I think 4-day work week will be a good thing. 50%, but I spend the other 50% learning new skills that are free from my work through programs. Right. There are days where I spend 2 hours to commute to and from work. Wow. They pay you per hour and not on value effectiveness. I know. But yeah, fascinating.
And, you know, we were in early access for a number of years and, you know, we didn't have like a lot of extra money even then. So there was always this dream of, man, you know, someday we're gonna, you know, we're gonna release this game and we'll make some money and we'll finally be able to open an awesome office. And then that day eventually came and we were like, well, you know, where should the office be? And I remember spending a bunch of time like looking around at a map for an area that, you know, seemed like it'd be cool to have an office, but was kind of like centrally located based on where people had, you know, ended up in Massachusetts over the years. And it was like a lot of people were going to have, you know, a 30-45 minute drive. And, you know, I myself am thinking like, God, I just, you know, I'm a little bit of a recluse, you know, so I'm like,
he's a gamer
having to actually put on pants and get in a car and, you know, commute to an office every day. And it was kind of, I think, a relief for everybody when, you know, I finally said, hey, look, you know, I don't think we're going to open an office. Like things just are working really great the way that they are now. And nobody, you know, seems excited about having an office. And I think it's provided a lot of benefits. I mean, you know, obviously a big one would be that COVID had no effect on us, really, other than my
COVID
kids
had a big effect on GGG
all the time. But you know, for the most part, like we just kept working as we always had. But beyond that, there's a lot of other, you know, benefits in terms of like lifestyle. You know, and I think that they benefit the company too, because it's, I think, impossible to have a human being come in and sit at a desk for like, really in the game industry, it's going to end up being like, you know, 9 or 10 hours a day a lot of the time. Even if it's not, you know, mandated, it's like people are just, they want to finish their work. They're passionate about the thing they're working on. But like just sitting in an office continually is, you know, it burns you out. And, you know, and then oftentimes it's just inconvenient. Like I honestly, having worked remote for so long, I don't understand how regular, like people who work at a regular, like, you know, physical company get anything done, because, you know, half the time during the day I have to go run errands, or my wife needs me to pick up the kids a certain day. And I'm thinking like, how did two people who, you know, work in a physical office place, like find time to get all this stuff done? But meanwhile, you know, at a remote company, it's like people can go out and mow the lawn or work in their garden or run an errand during the day. It's no big deal. And then they come back and they just put in the extra hours at night. And I think that for the most part, people probably end up working more hours because it's so easy to sit down at your computer and chip away at something, you know, as opposed to like having all of your stuff on a PC at work where you'd have to drive into the office if you want to, you know, put in an extra hour after dinner or something like that.
How do you handle communication with like documentation and stuff? Like, are you a documentation heavy company? Do you have like a, you know, an open Discord call going all the time so people can hear what's going on? Like, how do you disseminate information?
No, I am famously anti-documentation. I'm pretty bad at it, even when we probably could use some more in certain cases. But
Yeah, sounds
like I
based.
remember when I was working on Titan Quest, they told me, well, one of your jobs as the lead gameplay designer is you need to put together a design document. I'm like, what? Why do we have to have this big design?
Curious if you will be playing the new OSRS League. I didn't even know there was gonna be a new OSRS League. When is it? This is not a good still frame for these people. Still frames of humans can be so bad.
Document.
Much better. The thing that a company will say to bring into the office, it's good for team spirit, and they're annoying with it. Yeah. 15th, Gridmaster. It's like a bingo thing. Honestly, not out of the question. The bingo event with relics. Okay. I don't know. So I'm going away tomorrow. I'm gonna take the kids, and me and Helena are gonna go to like a play hotel thing for kids for a day. And then I'll be back on Wednesday. And then Steel wants to play Abiotic Factor. I don't know if I want to play Abiotic Factor. I'll see. I know I said I was gonna play Peak, so we'll see. We'll see what we do.
Like I'll just write a technical specification. I hand it to the engineers, and we're good. But no, I think the publisher expected to see one, so I ended up spending, I don't know, like weeks, maybe a month, putting together this huge, like 60-page design document, and then nobody ever read it after that, which is exactly what I imagined was going to happen.
Because it becomes out of date the second someone has a conversation after.
Yeah, basically. That, or it's like people they don't want to read through some giant, overly verbose document. They just want to be handed the piece of information that they need. So we keep things like very loose and streamlined at Crate. I also try to hire people who I think understand the types of games that we build. Like, especially with an engineer, if an engineer has experience working on strategy games or an ARPG or an RTS, whatever, they have kind of an understanding of like how things should function in a game. So you don't have to spell it out in infinite detail. You can, be like, hey, make the UI work like it does in this game. And like, they know what you're talking about. Or the unit control or, whatever it is. They kind of have a sense for how it should feel. And you may have to, play test it and, have some back and forth, but you don't have to like create this extremely detailed technical specification of how something should work. And a lot of times, like we mainly just use Discord for communication. So like, say I have this new feature I want to add to Farthest Frontier. I might, depending on how complicated it is, do an actual like write up in a document, like of this is, how basically it should work, and hand it to the engineer, and then we'll talk about it. Or sometimes if it's like something that's more simple, I'll just be like, hey, it would be cool if this happened in the game. And they'll be like, okay, okay, what about this? How exactly do you want that to work? Or what should happen in this case? And we'll just kind of chat about it a little bit. And they'll say, all right,
I think that would be my
give it a shot.
approach.
They'll check it in and say, hey, I checked this thing in, take a look at it. And then I'll say, hey, this is awesome. Or this is almost awesome, but it'd be, if you could like fix this part, or it'd be really cool if it actually did this. And actually, I think that whole back and forth is a huge part of what helps us make games that I think are, have a little bit more like character than what you get out of some of the bigger studios. Because, going back to like Iron Lore, where you have to sign up for a milestone list of what you're going to do, there's not a lot of room for like organic ideas to emerge. Whereas for us, where I have kind of like oftentimes a high level idea of what I want the game to be, and based on what genre it is, I know that there's like a certain list of features that players are going to expect in the game that we'll need to tackle at some point. But a lot of the time, it's like I am just constantly, working with people to implement ideas and then playtesting the game. Like I playtest the games all the time. And because I'm playtesting it and seeing these ideas as they come online, it just naturally leads to other ideas.
Yeah, I felt like it looked a bit like Vin Diesel. I think like a unfortunate part of game development I think an unfortunate part of game development, and I feel like I'm feeling more and more strongly about this. I feel like you become a game developer and you start working so much that you at some point don't get time to play the game as much. That's why I think it's like very, very good with people like Neon and stuff. But it's like it creates such a bad like work-life balance. I would imagine Neon doesn't have too much of that. But I think it's hard for a game developer to be able to no life their own game because they work so hard on it. So I think that's like a big struggle when it comes to game dev, to be honest. That's why AAA studios can't deliver the same as small indie teams. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I think we're really seeing that on big companies, and we're seeing more and more like large flashy things coming out of big companies that don't really have any soul. And we're seeing I just accidentally locked my fingers. That was not smart. Fuck. Okay, my fingers are stuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure that out now. It'll come out eventually. We're seeing we're seeing like really, really flashy things that just die completely. I got it. I'm free.
That I don't think that you necessarily have when you have.
What do you think of the last Evo last announcement? You have a link? I haven't seen it. Is it recent? Oh, I need to play ads. I need to play ads. Like a Venn diagram. Could you link the announcement? I would like to see it. I have Turbo, save from ads. Yeah. Alright, I'll look at it if someone links
in
it.
advance on paper.
I see. I guess it helps in this case because it's a relatively small team and you're a very focused game director. It means that a lot of the communication can happen in your head to some extent. Like if you're holding the vision of it, you can individually work with people on features, but they don't need to necessarily work with each other on features in a way that would require more formal specifications and stuff because it can come through you, or at least you can mediate that stuff.
Yeah, and I think there are limitations to that, and there are downsides. Obviously, if we were a much bigger company, things wouldn't be able to necessarily work like that.
That's very interesting. I could talk about this structure stuff all day. There's a lot of interesting stuff here.
Okay, let me look at that real quick. When's this? Oh, 2 days ago. We've been waiting for more communication from us regarding details on the recent. We apologize, but so currently we're working on a seasonal to expansion roadmap to share with you all. We're just tidying up graphics. Orbis is not season 4. There will be multiple season releases before last Evo comes to PlayStation. Our long-term partnership with Crowdfunding will be hugely strengthening for the studio. More we're able to create. Will the expansion have any cost to it? The answer is maybe. We weren't profitable season 1 and 2 and 3 after our 1.0 launch. Even season 2 with its very successful was not profitable due to longer development time cost. A studio still needs to operate. Our studio has grown significantly. We pay livable wages to our team members. In True RPG, our costs have increased since our power creep here. I think this is exactly raise a lizard. I think that was exactly what I was saying a few days ago that they should post, right? This is the exact type of honesty that they should post. They should I was saying a few days ago, maybe the day before this got posted, that if they aren't profitable with skins, they should just come out and say guys, we have not managed to make skins profitable. It's either this or it's GG Nervi. I think it's better that they backtrack on expansions not costing than that the game disappears, in my opinion. So yeah. Alright. That makes sense. I wouldn't mind paying for an expansion for less sleep like that, or they should expand their microtransaction shop. Yeah. Right, I need to go. Be right back real quick. I'm gonna play ads. Right back. I'll be honest, I just think they can make more money. I doubt it. I definitely see it profitable. Alright, I'm back. Their MTX items are kind of ass. They are. Hi, Angormis. An issue with paid expansion is that you can fracture your community. That's the price you pay for doing that. Yeah. It can, for sure.
So,
if we're all being honest, I want to know if PoE has been profitable at seasons.
Just resubscribed for
the GDD is a New Zealand company, so their entire revenue is public. You can go look at exactly how much money they make in. Last time I think it was 75% of their profit came from cosmetics and 25% from stash tabs. Callus Wall, thank for the 10 months. I don't know if that changes now that they're 100% owned by Tencent, or if it still counts as a New Zealand company. I don't know how that works, but at least last year we were all looking at like all the profit of GGG.
Next thing I wanted to talk about was to do with the multiplayer way that you've structured, or the multiplayer or lack thereof in the initial version of Grim Dawn. So, like Tiding Quest, it's primarily a single-player game that has optional co-op play. Yeah. And compared to online-only games, obviously this brings benefits for players, like not having lag or disconnects, and being able to play when there's no internet connection, like on a plane. What were the biggest impacts of this decision from your point of view?
We don't know the revenue numbers from that yet, Chandler.
I mean, it's really hard to know, because we only have this. We only have what we did. It's hard to compare it to what we didn't do and what might have happened had we done things differently. I mean, it's like this thing, the whole thing with marketing, where you put a bunch of money into marketing, but you don't really know how much of an impact something would have had if you had done this or that. You can't A/B test it in a different reality. But that said, I mean, we did have a lot of people show up early on in the development of Grim Dawn and say, hey, this game's going to be dead on arrival. It doesn't have secure multiplayer. Why are you even wasting your time making this? And obviously those people were not correct. We went on to do very well for ourselves. And I think a lot of times, and I was one of these people early in the days, like when I was playing Age of Empires competitively, I never played the campaign or anything. And I just thought, me and all of my friends who play Age of Empires, who coincidentally were all people I met while playing PvP online, that's all we do is we play PvP online. So that must be what everybody does, because my sample size is only these people I met playing, PvP. And then as I started working with the developers, they really disillusioned me of that by, releasing the stat that something like, I think it was 15% of people ever logged onto the Microsoft Gaming Zone to play online.
Wow.
And I was just like blown away. I couldn't believe it.
I heard a similar number for Diablo 2, where 100% of people I talk to say they played on the secure servers, but yet when you hear the stats, it's like you say, the vast minority of people played on the secure servers, and the average consumer purchased the game, put the CD in their drive, played it, and had a great time, and never went online.
Yeah. I mean, that, or, a funny thing that I really thought about back in the day a lot when I was playing tons of Diablo 2 is that for a long time, like me and my buddy we would play on the, secure servers just with each other. And there were times where we were always playing on hardcore mode, and there were some times where really devastating things happened because we hit a lag spike and a character died. And at some point, I just realized, like, why are we playing on the secure server? Like, there's no benefit to us. I mean,
and Callie, thank you.
We're buddies who are playing in the same office. Like, we're not cheating, and we're not playing with any other people. So why not just play on an open BattleNet? And I think that's like the reality for a lot of the audience. However, on the flip side, there is a perceptual thing where even if you're not competing in like, leagues or whatever, if there's no ranking system, you do want to have this feeling that there is this kind of
authenticity
to what you're playing, that you're playing in the official version, and that what you're accomplishing there has a certain level of integrity because the rules are in.
I'm so shocked to hear him say that, because that is, to me, a really off-putting thing about Grim Dawn. Like, it's hard for me to really contextualize like why it matters to me, but that is a very off-putting thing to me about Grim Dawn. Like, I really like a server authoritative model that like guarantees that like all my stuff is legit. You should try Grim Dawn community seasons. How does that work? Like, I really like that. I really like the like stamp of approval. Yeah, I do agree with the combat. Do you still play PoE1 off stream? Yeah. Like, not like today or yesterday, but like in general, yeah. The Grim Dawn League, it's a mod. Does it have a server authoritative model? Grim Dawn is really slow. I play it every so often. Yes, it does. Oh, that's cool. You can't play it offline. That's awesome. That probably solves my problem. Yeah, no, like, definitely, like, it does have a combat issue too, but the Grim Dawn does so many things really well that I really like. With items and stuff. So.
Forced, and you couldn't have cheated. Other people that you're playing with, that they're not cheating. And so even if you're not really participating in like any kind of ranked play, or you're not playing with random people on the internet, I think that it does have an appeal to players. And then on top of that, I think even for people who aren't really playing online, it's hard to ever quantify how much of an impact does that very vocal hardcore multiplayer audience have on generating additional word of mouth sales and hype game for the more casual audience. So like, that's something that I'm sure has impacted Grim Dawn to some degree, but it's hard to really know what that degree was. And the reality is, I didn't make a decision to have an open multiplayer mode. That was made on Titan Quest, and I actually voted against it. And our publisher THQ was adamant that it was a waste of time to create secure multiplayer, because they just, according to their data, it was such a small portion of the audience. I don't know, they just projected that they didn't think it was worth the investment. So when I started Grim Dawn, I had inherited the Titan Quest code base, and being a couple man operation originally, like, we didn't have the resources or the time to rewrite the entire, re-architect the engine to be authoritative. So that, it wasn't really a decision that we made, and I might have made it differently otherwise, but
interesting.
at least at that time. And part of it is just because that's what appeals to me as a player. I don't know that it makes sense
It
from
does.
a business
I'm
perspective.
so shocked to hear that.
I just, it's just something I think is cool and be cool to have. But, nonetheless, like it's totally feasible to be successful, of course, without that. Just, depends how you budget things and who your target audience is.
Yeah, maybe the best approach, if there's enough resources for it, might be a hybrid thing where you both have secure online play for those who want it, but you also have an offline version for those who prefer that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a totally, fair way to do it.
There are certainly advantages to the secure online play in terms of, it's prevents piracy. It makes, as you were saying, it verifies the fact that people have actually accomplished what they say they're accomplishing. It feels really real. But then, for many people, single player also feels real. They don't realize it shouldn't feel real. Why should I suddenly think about cheating? I'm just playing by myself or with my friends, kind of thing. So I think that there are certainly advantages to both, and games could be, with the right resources, architected in a way that supports both. Business model pending. And the reason why I find Grim Dawn fascinating here is because, as you say, circumstantially, you were forced into a situation where you didn't have secure online play, but then you did incredibly well despite that. You provided such a good game experience for so many people, sold so many copies, and
It's so interesting. I always thought it was like a conscious choice. I didn't know it was something that kind of happened on accident.
Do you think this might be because most of the other action RPGs were trying to do secure online play, so they had the always online stigma and the issues associated with that, lag and desync and, like microtransactions and so on?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say that I feel that we necessarily pulled a lot of audience from other ARPGs who were dissatisfied with them. I mean, clearly there's some degree of that. Like you do hear people were grumbling online about, connectivity issues with various like ARPGs, and I'm just a single player person. Why should I be forced, to play online? But
Did Chris Wilson left PoE, or he is kind of the owner now? GDD, Chris has not been with GDD for at least 2 years.
And ultimately, I think that it's more that it's just a big genre. Like there's a huge player base. And one of the things that I think is very hard for more hardcore players to understand, and this is me back in the day, is that the average person doesn't play a game very long. Like you have these people who are,
we're not the average chat,
because we get these like negative reviews periodically on Grim Dawn from people who've played like thousands of hours. And then we'll say something like, wow, this game was fun for a long time, but eventually I ran out of things to do. And it's like, like the game is not meant to keep you occupied for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
But some people, like, they have that mentality. They don't want to start a new ARPG or whatever it is if they don't think that they can put like 10,000 hours into it.
Yeah, no, I really think that's like the most unhinged thing from gamers. Like, whenever you're in more than 1,000 hours of a game and you're complaining, like, oh, well, after 1,000 hours, I'm kind of bored. It's like, well, how fucking long are you expecting a $30 game to hold your attention? Like, I think that's like the most unhinged or regular gamer opinion. Like, too many people are looking for a forever game for their fucking $30 spend. It's nuts. It's nuts. Like, the fact that I have 30,000 hours in PoE is such a fucking legendary achievement from Groninger. Like, it's so crazy, and it should not be what's expected or the norm.
10,000 hours for $50 is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's a very good deal. But the vast majority of the audience, like, they're going to play the game for 10 to 50 hours, and they're going to have their fun, and then they're going to move on and do something else. And I think that, that's a big part of where, like, Grim Dawn has seen success is because people, the vast majority of the audience is not like tied to a specific ARPG. They may play them all at one point or another. But then after that, they may only continue, they may move on to different games, or they may just continue playing the one that they really resonates with them. And I look at it a bit like, the book industry. There's thousands of books come out every year, and part of the reason that there's a market for thousands of books is because people read them for a limited amount of time.
Mm.
And people have different, specific ideas of what makes the perfect book or the perfect game for them. And the fact that we're a small company and we don't need to have, 50% of the market to be successful means that we can make a game that more specifically caters towards a subsection of the overall audience. Because really the ARPG audience is not monolith. It's made up of like a bunch of different groups who all want sometimes mutually, conflicting things in the game.
Yeah.
So being like more single player oriented and being like oriented towards a more, I think, slightly more hardcore single player audience, has allowed us to carve out a niche where, we're able to, I think, more directly cater to that segment of the market than, like a Diablo, which is trying to be everything to everybody. And ultimately, they have to make some compromises. Things get watered down a little bit for one group or another.
Mm. There's a topic related to this that I wanted to discuss, which is the concept of not having to worry about an online economy when you're balancing the game. And I don't just mean, oh, it's nice to have less work to do because I don't need to balance an economy, but a big issue I faced when balancing Path of Exile is that if there's a single way to play that is most rewarding, it starts to affect everyone in the game, even if they don't want to play that particular playstyle themselves.
Yeah.
Because if other players who are playing the flavor of the month build or whatever are getting more rewards per hour played, then those players become relatively richer, and the prices for desirable items can be bid up by them.
I mean, this is why we're seeing such a rise in like SSF, right? Compared to like, it's a pretty new feature, Iron Man and SSF, right? It's a relatively new feature in games, but we're seeing it become more and more popular in games like both like RuneScape and MMOs and stuff, because it's a way to like force ourselves to enjoy the game more, because like we're very good at humans at min-maxing the fun out of games. Like RuneScape is such a good example, right? Like in RuneScape, it's very easy for things to become objectively the best way to play. Even though you think it's boring and you don't want to do it, you're just going to do it because, well, it's stupid not to, right? Whereas if you're then forced into Iron Man, you have to explore like all parts of the game. It's so much better.
And so items become out of reach for players who aren't using the optimal strategies.
Yeah.
And so we had to try really hard to make sure that there are many roughly equivalently powerful builds available. Whereas I imagine if you're balancing for single player and you make something overpowered, players they're not harmed by the fact it exists in the game. They can play it or not. How do you find?
I think that the concept is similar. It's just the consequence is less severe. It's interesting that you mentioned that, because I had not thought about that one group, participating in like online, bidding for items can drive up the cost and make it inaccessible for others. That's certainly a much more severe consequence of this problem. But below that, there's the issue that players will, more. And then when I say competitive, I don't necessarily mean people who are like competitive with other players, but that they play the game in a more competitive manner. It's funny because like whenever I play Diablo 2 back in the day, it's like I'm going through the game as trying to be as efficient as possible, to keep moving forward, to level up as fast as possible. And the reality is like there's no timer. I'm not competing against anybody. It doesn't really matter, but that's just my mindset. It's how I play games. And so I'm the type of player who's always looking for an advantage or an increase in efficiency. And I think a lot of people are driven by that. And the danger is when you have mechanics or aspects of the game that you feel that you must participate in to have the best advantage, but which are detrimental to your fun. And like an example of that, this is probably a controversial one for many players, because I know some people are going to have totally different thoughts on this, but I found that when I was playing Diablo 2, at some point after hundreds of hours of playing, I was just starting to lose my interest. Well, hundreds, more like thousands of hours. But it was after I'd played like a lot of Diablo 2. I felt like the magic of the game had diminished for me somehow. I just didn't feel as connected to the game. I wasn't as immersed in it. And I thought, well, maybe the time has finally come. Maybe.
Yeah, I really like showing this short. I think that's very true. Very true.
I have played too much Diablo 2. It's time to move on.
Like, the thing is, like, when I played Diablo 2, I didn't play a lot online for a long time. It was only like my last 5,000 hours or something of T2 that I played online and started becoming like more influenced by what other people are doing. My first 10,000 hours of Diablo 2 was just spamming Mephisto, probably like very slowly, like 5-10 minutes per run. Like, I barely got a Stone of Jordan or anything like that. Like, now I'll play for like 100 hours and get like 6 Stone of Jordan. And I maybe had like 1 or 2 Stone of Jordan in like 10,000 hours. Do you know, like, it's just playing at such an inefficient level. Maybe having like 30 Magic Find, 40 Magic Find, getting excited every time like Huawei's dropped, like just random ass items that just looked cool. Never finding good runes. I remember even Soul Rune was a chase rune for me, because I needed Mephisto, which doesn't really drop a lot of runes. But like, it was so different to how I play now. How did you first find out that Mephisto farming was the most efficient thing to do? I feel like I started doing that on my own. There was no like messaging boards or anything that I used. I think I just started rushing bosses. But I think I experimented with all the different bosses. I didn't like Duriel because she was scary. Or he was scary, whatever. And then I did Diablo runs, but there was so many fire immunes. And yeah, and frost immunes. Yeah, I don't know. I remember, I don't know. I don't know if somebody had like read it on a forum or something. About Mephisto farming. I remember being like 14 and doing it. It was like a very early thing, and I didn't play online at that point. I very early started with Mephisto farming. The fact that I could leash him, I've always really liked cheese in games. Like, oh, and Apple, thank you for the 64 months resub, dude, and Memo, thank you for the prime. I've always really liked cheesing. Like, getting an enemy stuck on something and killing it has always been like very exciting to me and cool.
But I realized that part of it is that I always had the minimap overlay open. And
I love the
it had
minimap.
gotten to the point where I was not even looking at what was going on the screen. Like, I was
Same.
just playing the minimap overlay. And I think it really diminished the game experience for me. And it's part of the reason why on Grim Dawn, when you open the larger map, it kind of obscures your view. We never made a transparent overlay. And you know, some people complained about it. But it's the type of thing where I feel like to some degree you're almost saving some players from themselves, because, you know, if you can just look at an overlay where you're basically almost playing Pac-Man, you know, look at line drawings, some people will do that because it's the most efficient way to play.
It doesn't matter though. I hate when a developer forces me how to play. Like, I enjoy playing like that. It's one of the big reasons why I don't play Diablo 4 is because it doesn't have an overlay. So like there's no like there's no saving me from how I want to play. I just don't play your game then. You enjoy it because it's efficient though? No, it's because of how I process information. I like it. It's also why I really want monster icons on the map. Like, I really enjoy playing like that. It should absolutely be an option. It's a good way for me to process information, and it makes me like very confident in like where in the game I am. Like, whenever I don't have one, I feel very lost. I don't really enjoy it. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of being told like, this is how you should play. I like to play the way I like to play, you know? Like, give players options. That's why I think Iron Man is a good option to give the players. It's not easy to take away after you've given it either. But why would you take it away? I wish I didn't have the option for overlay. Yeah, Mike, I was just thinking that too. It's all about options. I love the minimap. Yeah. I like minimalistic overlays in ARPGs. It's definitely why I don't play D4. Or one of the big things.
And I think it's a similar thing with like builds and itemization. Even if like, I think it's easy to think like, oh, if it's single player only, then you don't have to really, worry as much about balancing. And like maybe it's true to a degree. It's just because again, it's not as consequential. But I still think it's very important that you can't allow certain things to become wildly overpowered. Otherwise, certain people feel like there's an established meta and only these builds are really good and they're wasting their time if they play something else. So I don't think it's quite as critical, but I do feel like, always there is this desire to have, variety at the highest levels of play. The one thing I think is probably beneficial for being in a more
See, this is why I'm not a fan of ARPGs being balanced. I'm a fan of ARPGs having that's why I think live service is such a good model for ARPGs, but I'm a big fan of just like changes every 3 to 6 months on what builds that are strong. Because like the best feeling a game developer can give me is that I've broken the game, that I've done something unintended, that I've found that is so strong that like I feel like I'm cheating. That's a very good feeling to give the player. Like it's still intended, like it is by design, but that's such a good feeling to give the player, in my opinion.
line in single player environment is that when you do make balancing changes to stuff, it doesn't hurt quite as much for people.
They can play the old version or whatever if they don't like that change, or
not necessarily that they could play the old version. I mean, they always could because we do have modding tools. But it's more that it's not disrupting.
Do you think Doriani marks were by design? Well, I mean, everybody, the instant, like yes, like, do you think GDD are stupid? Like, the literal instant we saw mercenaries, everyone's first thought was Doriani. Like, I mean, Neon has like 3 times the IQ of like anyone in this chat, including me, right? So like, yeah, of course they knew. Like, like the people working at GDD are really fucking smart. I think even the dev said in the reveal that Doriani will be broken. Yeah.
Some kind of competitive play,
Right.
indirect competitive play in a ranking system or anything like that.
So you haven't swapped someone's shoes in the middle of a marathon here.
Yeah, that and just like being not being like a free to play.
They are really, really stupid, at least on some things. Explain. What are they really, really stupid on? Name one thing. Bait? Yeah, it seems like rage bait. Name a woman. I've seen that clip. It was very funny. I've seen that. They stopped a woman on the street and were like, for $100 name a woman. And she couldn't name one. Couldn't name one woman. People don't like being put on the spot. For $1 name a woman, yeah. Should be easy. Not even herself. Well, I guess you have to like name like a famous woman. Wait, is he writing? Alright, we'll continue.
Game we don't have to have like quite as intense of a grind or quite like plan for as much kind of like long-term gameplay. We can make it easier for people to access like the highest level items.
Wait, are you not going to reply, Cathode? I really do need you to reply, though. Like, just give one example. Just stop, like, replying to people that are, like, piling on you, but just answer the question. Like, answer my question.
Which isn't to say that it's easy. I mean, you still have to put in, a lot of hours, farming stuff potentially, but like, I don't think it's quite to the degree of how long it takes to really max out a character in a game like Path of Exile.
You mentioned modding, and like obviously an online-only game like Path of Exile can't really support player-made modding tools because there's one authoritative version of the game running on the developer's servers. But Diablo 2's offline mode had a huge modding scene, even though it wasn't officially supported, and my understanding is Grim Dawn does as well. What are the costs and benefits of offering official modding tools to the community?
Bro,
I mean, obviously you have to create these tools. I think that a lot of times people don't understand how bad some of the tools are that we use in development. And oftentimes there's kind of like an arcane knowledge required to use these development tools. But when you want to make them accessible to people for modding, you have to do a bunch of, cleanup and try to make things a little bit more intuitive and develop the UI.
Yeah, I hear Sis. He's talking about people who is replying to me. No, I'm talking about you. I'm saying you need to answer my question. I'll give you like roughly 1 minute to answer my question and then I'll ban you if you don't reply. You can reply. For example, what Guardrub said was a really good example. The idea of creating meaningful combat where you build combat from skills is really stupid when all the game is about getting swarmed and killing hordes. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you, Guardrub. B Downing, there for the 86 months.
Downing just resubscribed for
Thank you for the 86
months.
Yeah, if you're wondering what my question was, Cathode, you say they're really stupid on some things. Can you like name one?
Why a little bit better. So there's a little bit of cost there. Although I think that cost has ended up, benefiting us in the long run because now we get to use those tools. And as we've gone on to make, a number of expansion packs, it's made development for, internally a little bit easier.
I think modding tools are really good.
I would say that, one of the biggest issues, though, is whenever you're releasing, a patch or an expansion, there is the potential to break people's mods. And then oftentimes you even will end up with various bug reports.
Yeah, there's like a D2 mod for Grim Dawn, right?
Are, a result of conflict with mods, but players don't realize it. And it can waste a lot of time trying to dig down and figure out what exactly is happening. And then you discover, this person's running. It could even be a very innocuous mod. Like a lot of the mods people make are just, tools for the game for like inventory management, or they want to change the itemization, like the color tags for items, stuff like that. But on the flip side, and again, it's a difficult thing to measure, but I think it, has provided some increased longevity for the game, as like we had. Some people made this amazing Diablo 2 mod, like basically like recreated Diablo 2 and Grim Dawn, which was really cool. Or there's a group that basically runs like a PvP league, and they created a mod to facilitate that. Which is funny because like even
ban me then. I told them they're stupid and something. They just didn't call me stupid. If you ban me now before calling out them. But why do you want me to ban you? Like, what's so hard about answering the question? Surely it should be an easy thing for you to give one example. It's not like I want to ban you. I just asked you to give an example of a statement you made. Like I'm just saying you shouldn't make a statement if you can't actually like back it up. All I asked you, which seems too complicated for you, I said, name one thing you think they're stupid on. That's all I said. And now you're like falling apart. I just wanted to have a conversation with you, but apparently that was too difficult for you.
Even though we don't have a secure
Balancing in what way?
For architecture, these people kind of like will sort of self-regulate it by
50% Deadeye play, right? Okay, so that was a bad example, but I mean, at least you said something. But the 50% Deadeye play rate doesn't have anything to do with balancing. The reason that so many people played Deadeye was because they did a huge mistake of not because like you can see now, right? Now it's no longer anywhere near 50% Deadeye. In fact, Lich is the most played now. So it doesn't have anything to do with balance. It has no, it's not about MS or pathing either. It is about the fact that they did not release info about the tree. So that people didn't want to risk their league start, right? That's hardcore. Yeah, the only league that matters. But even on softcore is 29% Deadeye. Like you're seeing a lot more builds are viable now, right? And you can get like insanely large power on a okay, none of these are bad, but like on a tactician, right? Or like Lich is a lot stronger than Deadeye. But so many people went Deadeye, not just because of balancing, because of fear. Because they should have released it. They should have released it like a lot sooner. So since a lot of people are confident in Deadeye, then it became picked a lot more. Same in the first season, people going off Deadeye and Tribute second ended up on top. Yeah. It was a very safe bet. I think discussing POT is a bit disingenuous. It's a new game with a different course. Of course, going to be poor decisions made. Yeah, and I mean, they're walking back a lot of stuff and like doing a lot of other stuff. I think they should be doing that. Streamers tend to have an influence on the starters. Yeah, massively.
Observing, the games and whatnot, the PvP outcomes, and determining whether, it was fair or not.
That's cool. Have any mods ever influenced the development of the core game and its expansions?
Yes. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I do remember at one point that there were mods for certain things that were sort of like quality of life mods, and that at one point I think I remember us thinking like, this is really cool. A lot of players are enjoying this. Like we should just make it an official part of the game.
RimWorld does that
Did you
a
ever
lot.
see a noticeable increase in sales of the base game when a big community made mod came out that was popular?
No, I wouldn't say so. And I mean, it's probably hard to track because...
I mean, surely a lot of people have bought the Grim Dawn because of the D2 mod. I feel like I've heard so much about the D2 mod.
I think that, first, it's mainly just people who already own the game end up playing the mod. I think that if there was an effect on sales, it would probably be more so that it kept people playing the game longer and then therefore increase the attach rate for DLC.
Yeah, I see.
Expansions and whatnot.
Yeah, and of course more people playing is more word of mouth, which means more incidental sales and slightly higher numbers on Steam.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the type of thing, though, where it happened over such a long period of time that, it doesn't create like a noticeable spike or anything.
Yeah, I see. For Path of Exile, we found that a 3 to 4 month release cadence was best to keep players constantly engaged.
How does Grim Dawn even make money? I bought it 5 years ago and I played the campaign once. Well, like it's not a huge team and it's not live service. Like, it's a very, very small team. Like they do expansions. You bought the game. Like gotta remember, like not every game needs to be like Diablo 4 in stature, right? Like Diablo 4 had what 3,000 working on it. How many worked on Diablo 4? 9,000. Sorry, not 3,000. 9,165 different people. Sorry, 9,166 people worked on Diablo 4. Right? So like when you have that many people, the game needs to be a lot larger. Whereas like with 7 people, you only need to sell so many.
While giving them enough time to build their characters and play enough of each league. For
Yep.
a live service game that relied on ongoing player retention to make money, this was of utmost importance to us. I did a GDC talk a few years ago about this exact topic of trying to work out the right cadence, and that was a big deal for our business model. What
Yeah.
did you find worked for your expansions? Did you intentionally have a specific cadence you were trying to hit?
No, we didn't. So I don't know. Honestly, I can't tell you what the best cadence would be. I mean, certainly, I do think that it makes sense to try to keep updates happening on a regular basis. I think that it would have been beneficial if we could have put out more DLC, closer together. But I mean, the reality is like we're a small development team. At some point, it's been like after the release of Grim Dawn, I had no idea what to expect for the sales of the game. Back in the retail era, you'd get some big spike at launch, and then your sales would dwindle pretty quickly once you lost.
I really should give Grim Dawn another try.
And nowadays, obviously, that's totally different with digital storefronts. But as my first digital game release, I had no idea what to expect from it. And so we planned things with the expectation that sales could just drop off at any time. And so we started another project. In fact, got it rolling a little bit before the release of Grim Dawn. Just had a couple engineers plugging away on what would become Farthest Frontier.
Right.
And then because we had to, move some development resources onto that, it, diminish the rate at which we could potentially put out expansions for Grim Dawn once we saw that, hey, this thing's actually.
I think next time I play Grim Dawn, I should play softcore. Maybe I should do medium core. Maybe like delete an item on death or something so that I don't want to die willy-nilly. But what ends up happening when I play Grim Dawn is I play for like 30 to 50 hours and I die to something I've never seen before and I quit. I feel like I should have like I think I should only play hardcore when I am gonna play for like 400 hours kind of thing. I think like playing hardcore if you're only gonna play for 50 hours or if you're not gonna restart when you die is kind of silly.
Really well, and we probably we should keep supporting it with additional content. But I don't know. I mean, it's all of our expansions have done very well. People seem to mostly return for them. We're at the point now where the game has just kept selling for longer than we could have ever imagined, and
done really well.
I mean, what is it, like 3 years after our last expansion where we said we're not making any more expansions for Grim Dawn, here we are working on a new expansion. And part of the reason that we said we're never working on any more expansions is because unfortunately, due to the way that things are set up, it is increasingly difficult, increasingly complex to add in at each new expansion. We have to like make a new version of the world, and there's all these different skill class permutations that you have to worry about balancing and creating synergies and itemization for. Really, the way that we did items is one of the biggest issues prohibiting us from adding additional character classes to the game, which otherwise like would be low-hanging fruit. Like that would be a really easy way to add content that would have a lot of replay value. But because of the way itemization works, we have to create like hundreds of items to support all of the different like plus skill stuff for all of the different mastery combinations. So that kind of caused us to drag our feet.
Not true anymore since they're 100%, but they still don't they out of all when a company's gonna sell out to someone, Tencent's my favorite because they realize that they're buying the studio because they know what they're doing. Like, I can't think of an example where Tencent has like added bad things to the game. They just let the game like do their own thing and make them more money. That's why they bought them. Whereas there's a lot of companies that like kill the game right after buying it. And like right now, we had Craft and buy Last Epoch, and instantly we're seeing big changes. Like usually what Tencent does is they want to like have like ownership to publish the game in China. and they have very different monetization there. But I feel like Tencent is like the smartest company when it comes to that. To be honest, at least of what I've seen. What are the big changes in last epoch? So it looks like they're going to charge for the expansions / DLCs from now on, after Crafton bought them, because they aren't profitable. And like, yeah, we're still getting seasons for free. Yeah. Do you think they had nothing to do with the decision to charge $30 for the early access version of PoE 2? Well, yeah, of course. Of course I think that, because when Tencent wasn't involved, the last beta had the exact same. The PoE 1 betas had the exact same monetization. So why would I think that, seeing as the monetization before Tencent was exactly the same as the one after, why would I think Tencent was involved with that? Like, before Tencent was in the picture, they did the exact same early access cost for PoE 1 betas. So I'm after this knowledge that I just provided you with, do you think Tencent impacted it? I honestly doubt that. But why then was it the same before Tencent, if Tencent was the one that impacted it? Like, without Tencent being in the picture, they did the exact same monetization for the PoE 1 beta, for like the Ascendancy and for Oriath. Like, the Oriath beta was also buy to enter in like 2018 or 2019, 2020, before Tencent was there. So why do you think this is a Tencent thing when they did that without Tencent being involved with the company? Like, that's what I don't understand, I guess. Why do you think it's Tencent motivated when they did it the exact same monetization before Tencent was there? Like, not like almost the same, exact same. The exact same thing. Like, why do you think it's Tencent motivated? Like, they've done that for every beta. They did it for the beta in 2011. That's true, I guess. I figured with their current success, they would not need to charge the player base. I think... I think... at some point, you don't want every player that is going to play it. The thing is, right? If it's $30... if it's $30 and it's early access, you're making a conscious choice as a player that there's a lot of downsides that you have to deal with. What would happen if it was free to play? If Path of Exile 2 was free to play, do you not agree, and do you not think that there would be a lot of people that would try PoE 2 in early access and they would be like, this is in a bad state, I'm not going to play it again? Whereas when it is $30, it's going to off-put a lot of people. They know it's going to be free later. They're going to check it out at launch. I'm sure we both agree that PoE 2 is going to be better at launch than it was in December 2024. So there's a lot of power in that, because like the reason PoE 2 has such a large player base to begin with is because so many people want to play PoE 1 but find it super unapproachable, so they're waiting for PoE 2. If it's free to play, you would get more people playing, in my opinion. Oh no, I'm not disputing that. I'm saying no. I agree. I'm saying the same thing, but I'm saying you would get maybe 30, 40, 50% more people playing, but a lot of those people would quit because they would realize PoE 2 is not the game they want to play, and they might never return. So let's say they were going to get an extra 200,000 players, right? You're going to get those same 200,000 players at actual launch, but now they might play because the game will be in a better state. I disagree with that. Okay, what do you disagree with? Or what in particular? Only one guy? Wait, is it a bad thing for me to have discussion with my chat? I think this is a really good thing. Like, I personally like talking to people in my chat and having productive conversations. I don't know why you're saying one guy. I really dislike chats where chat is like one. I want to permaban this Shan word guy. I like how this has discussions and wants to talk to the community. Yeah, like I hate when chat is like one entity. I like when there's like individuals in my chat talking. Those players will never return. Aren't your targeted audience? Took me 3 separate tries. Yeah, that might be true. Might be true. So I don't understand how that would be grilling. It's good that you're challenging people on their bullshit. Well, I wouldn't say it's bullshit. It's just a different opinion. Like I'm not. I'm not like objectively correct. I'm wrong a lot. But I like talking to people and like discussing things. If the game is good, people play whatever, yeah. I do believe that some people would leave, but the majority would stay to basically test the game, and it would be a lot more than $30 crowd. There's benefits too, though, right? Because you're spending $30, but you're also getting the money for the stash tabs, and they get more money from development. I just like, I mean, there's a lot of upside to free to play for sure. I just don't think it's Tencent motivated. Yeah, charisma. Like, I don't think it's Tencent motivated because they've done this twice before without Tencent. I just solved the puzzle again. Again, still no idea how I'm doing it. Only happens when I don't look at it. You guys waiting to disagree? I hope you're right. Yeah. I mean, you could be right. You could be right. Like, maybe you're right, and that GGG were like, hey, even though we've done this monetization model with charging for betas every single time before, like the 3 other betas they've done, even though we've already done this 3 times before and it's been successful every time, maybe now we have enough money that we don't want to do this and we just want to let everybody play for free. Maybe that is what they would have done randomly out of nowhere. I don't believe that. And maybe Tencent were like, no, you have to keep charging people $30 like you've done every other time, even though you randomly wanted to stop now. There's just no precedent for them. There's no precedent for them not charging $30 for a beta. That's why I would find it really weird. Not a charity, it's business. Yeah. That's why I feel that way. Yeah, it's $30. If $30 is too much for someone they want to play for free, why would GGD really care? GGD wants to pay. Yeah, for sure. Tencent will be the fall of GGG. The 3 founders cashed out. That's not good. Do you know, if you asked me 3 years ago, I would have said that GGG or Path of Exile would be pretty much done a year after Chris Wilson steps down. But because of Neon, especially, I no longer feel like that's the case. Yeah, Neon is like the director of PoE1. But then it's also good you figure out if people actually have a different view, they'll change your view. So honestly, the best growing opportunity as a human being is surrounding yourself with people who have different views. Yeah, I agree. Like, I pretty much, like, with anything, I pretty much only seek out the opposing views. Imagine EA bought 2DD or Blizzard. Yeah, no, tell me about it. So I don't think that Tencent will be the reason Path of Exile fails. Like, I think Tencent is the lesser evil when it comes to like selling out your company. Like, there's so many bad ones, like Activision, Perlibus, Ion, I don't even know, like, there's so many. Like, crafting, honestly, I don't know if it's going to be a good thing for Last Epoch. We'll see. Yeah, Chris is really good videos.
Putting out expansions, along with the fact that we're just really burnt out from working on ARPGs for so long. But yeah, I don't know. in general, I would say
Fantasies.
I think, every 3 to 4 months sounds like a nightmare to me. But I think, that's probably beneficial for sales.
I don't think it'll be pay to win, Tangle.
Given the pace that I would like to work at, I feel like every 8 to 10 months or something maybe is good. But yeah, I don't know.
I haven't spent much time reading historical feedback from your community, so I'm honestly not sure what the answer to this question is going to be, but given that many of the other major action RPGs that people would have been playing were live service games that live or die based on the frequency of their updates, did any members of your community base their feedback or expectations on a different release cadence than the one you're actually doing? Like, did you get people who cropped up after 3 months and said, this is a dead game and that kind of thing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I don't know, to some degree that's unavoidable. Like, we're here actively working on Farthest Frontier, trying to get it out of early access, and we'll put out a massive update, and then literally...
I never understand, why are players so obsessed with the game being dead? I feel like it is just 100%, I don't like this game anymore, why are you still playing it? I feel like that's all it is every time.
A week later, people will pop up and be like, is this game abandonware? Is this still in development? It's like, we just put out this huge patch and new features, like a week ago. So I don't know. I think that it's just unavoidable that's going to happen, but the majority of the audience doesn't really care. And in fact, in some ways, I think we're just really moving away from that culturally. Like, I think for, older people, there is more of this, like, we grew up in a time where releases were further apart, where companies typically stopped working on games after, a few months after a release. And here we are, almost 10 years after the release of Grim Dawn, and we're now releasing a new expansion. Like that never happened, 15 or 20 years ago. And part of that was just because of the way retail worked, where things disappeared from store shelves, and it was very hard, to convince a distributor to carry, an expansion or something for a product that came out 10 years earlier. I think also we were always chasing graphical improvements 15 or 20 years ago. And now we've gotten to this point where the audiences have become sort of agnostic to graphics to a degree.
Yeah.
My kids started out playing Minecraft, which, is not exactly the king of high fidelity graphics. And so coming from that, it's like their
I agree,
expectations for what graphics need to be are totally different than mine. Like they don't have this coupling of good graphics means that it's going to be quality gameplay that I think existed for a lot of us, way back in the day. And then games just remain on the storefront forever. And especially, I think younger people they're not as time sensitive about what's trendy or not right now. Like, my kid the other day, my teenager was like, oh, Dad, how do you know who Eminem is? Like, this is some hot new artist. And I'm like, dude, he's older than I am. Like, Eminem's been around forever. That's how I know who Eminem is. But they don't care. They'll go back and listen to, binge some artist who was popular 20 years ago. Or my kids will sometimes play these pretty old games. And I'm like, how did you find that? Like, how did you get into that? And it doesn't seem to matter as much to them whether it's the hot new thing or not.
That is really very interesting.
I hadn't thought of that. I guess, are you going to have 10 to 15-year-olds accidentally stumbling on Matrix and stuff now and just being like, whoa, Dad, have you heard about this movie, The Matrix? I guess you're gonna have that now. That's thought of that. Wild one. Wild.
That actually matches with my experiences talking to kids these days as well.
Kids these days.
The graphics point is a great one because when we were growing up, as you say, each generation of games sort of better graphics, and that's a way you knew it was the hot new thing. And these days, half the successful games are ones where the developers have intentionally picked some style
Humans blink a
that fits
lot.
what they're trying to do, as opposed to just pushing, I want to spend an extra 100 mil on this game, please.
Yep.
Which some people are doing, of course, as a way of signaling it's the latest generation of Call of Duty or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's room for both of those approaches, but 15 years ago there was only one approach, and
Yeah.
nowadays it's totally different.
How do you feel about early access games in general? Good idea or bad? Both. I'm a huge proponent of early access. However, I think it also gets abused a lot by greedy companies that don't need to do it and don't do it the right way. Like, I think the way we saw with like Subnautica 1, Hades, Baldur's Gate, those are like good early access, and even the way like Path of Exile 2 is doing it, that's fine. But like you also have like bad early access, right? That's like predatory by companies that like clearly don't need it. And then you also have advanced access, which is really, really bad. So I think it's a really good tool for indie developers, and I think there's a large danger of the game not being finished and becoming abandonware. Apex was never early access. Didn't Apex just release out of the blue and was just a huge commercial success with no marketing? I don't think Apex is a good example. But advanced access is like my least favorite new gaming phenomenon. So my brother still refuses to buy an early access game. I think that's smart. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I personally have started avoiding early access a lot. Like, I avoided Hades until it was finished because I don't want a game that I'm like going back to and checking the progress on when I can just wait until it's finished. Wait. So I think it's just, so I'm a big, I really like communication, so I think it's a good thing as a developer to be able to say like, hey, this game is early access, it is not finished, it's going to be riddled with bugs, there might be huge iterative changes, buy it at your own risk, and then you as a player are consenting, yes, I want to play what could potentially be early access garbage. I think you should be held to a higher standard on a released game than early access. But it is also being made to like drive FOMO and stuff like that as well. Like people want to play it now. So yeah, there's pros and cons.
I think that there's a huge market, and that market has different people have very different.
I will say the downside of EA online purchases. Say you don't like the game, well, too bad, it's yours forever. No, that's not true. If you live in Europe, you can indefinitely refund any early access unreleased game forever. Like if you live in Europe, you can always at any point refund early access, even if you played 1,000 hours of the game. There was a lot of that around Tarkov because Tarkov is still in early access, and there were people that had 5,000 to 10,000 hours in Tarkov that refunded it. You can't do that in the US? No, of course not. People that had 5,000 to 10,000 hours in Tarkov that refunded it. Because like Xsolla is forced to when you quote like GDPR laws and like European laws. So yeah, loads of my friends that had 5,000 to 10,000 hours in Tarkov got it legally refunded. Obviously you lose the game then, so you have to make sure you're like don't want to play it anymore. But yeah, that's EU law. Tarkov canceled my refund after 5 hours of playtime. What country do you live in? I did try 5 times to refund it. Oh. Czech Republic. Czech Republic in the EU. You should be able to just like quote the you have to go directly through Xsolla and just quote like the EU law, and they have to do it. They're literally opening themselves to a lawsuit if they say no. If you like directly quote the law. Like you can't try the automated refund, you have to go directly through Xsolla.
responsibilities, and things just work differently.
So when you release a new expansion, which is topical because of course you've got one coming up soon, what do you feel from a marketing point of view actually moves the needle on awareness?
I have no idea. It's funny because when I launched Grim Dawn,
Grim Dawn has
just
never
didn't have
really
any
done
money for
influencer marketing.
so it wasn't something I had to spend too much time thinking about. I mean, we made sort of like grassroots efforts on social media and whatever, but ultimately I just didn't think too much about it. We just kind of plopped the game out, and somehow it took off. And in retrospect now,
yeah, like what I would do, like, I can't remember what the law is, but it is like, look up like European early access return laws and quote that and say you're from Czech Republic, your European country. Under this law, you legally have to do it. If not, you'll be talking to a representative. But make sure you do it through Exola.
now I look back and I think, man, if we'd had some significant
there's a lot of
marketing
consumer
budget to put
protection in Europe.
into the game,
You're American, you're
how
fucked.
different might things have been? How differently would it have performed? Would we, have sold a lot more copies in total, or would it just have front loaded more of those copies and the game would have done the same in the end anyway? It's very hard to tell. I mean, the big thing I would say moves the needle is getting featured on Steam. And so to my thinking, the major purpose of marketing is to front load sales that maybe would have happened eventually anyway, but to do so in such a way that you get a big feature on Steam, and then that attracts attention that you may not have otherwise gotten. It's funny because still, like 10 years after release, we occasionally have people saying like, "Oh, Grim Dawn, where did this come from? I never heard of it." But they're big action RPG players, which, to me, I find mind-boggling. Like, if you're a big action RPG player, at some point, wouldn't you just go online and say, what are the top action RPGs? Or, look up action RPG on Steam.
Yeah, I do that.
And it seems inevitable that you'd find Grim Dawn, but yet somehow some people have still managed to not discover that a game exists.
Yeah.
So I do feel like there is some additional marketing we could have benefited from. And I think, those Steam features are a very tangible impact. But other than that, I'm experimenting with things now for the Farthest Frontier release. Like, we're putting a bunch of money into an influencer campaign, but it's like, I have no idea if that's a good investment or not,
Yeah. Anecdotally, and based on my experience, I think that is helpful. Of course, having a high quality game is the most important thing, but from what I've heard, Farthest Frontier is very enjoyable, so that should go well, hopefully. When are you planning to release it?
The 23rd of October, so it's coming up quick.
It's Farthest Frontier.
How about
what is this? I've never heard of it. Farthest Frontier Steam. Alright, let me watch it on Chrome. There's audio in the one. It's like Banished. Oh, nice. I love Banished. I didn't like the snow one. Looks pretty. Yeah, I didn't like Frostpunk. It's really nice. I picked that up. When's it coming out? Is it out already? Very positive. Do you know, I think my favorite one like this was Manor Lords. But Manor Lords, I want to wait until it has a ton more content before I play it again. But I really enjoyed Manor Lords. October 23rd? Oh, cool. Go back 10 seconds in the video. Here. Pretty. Very nice. Oh, in the YouTube video. Right. Oh, he said October 23rd. Well, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, chat. Yeah, I don't know. Manor Lords is my favorite city builder that I played recently. I think you guys aren't going to agree. I'll be right back.
The new expansion for Tiny Quest, what's your rough timeline like on that?
We're always bad at estimating when things are going to happen until we get.
I literally refunded an EA game after 3,000 hours, and these guys say it doesn't work like that. They're probably just from a different country than you. Like, it definitely, like, is... Like, I think you could have 10,000 hours in an early access game, and under EA law, or European law, you can absolutely refund that. Like, you do lose the product. I don't know why some people don't think you do. Like, obviously, like, if you're refunded PoE 2, like, your account is gone. But, like, this was a huge thing with Tarkov, like, thousands. Whenever they use ChatGPT, it will tell you that you cannot refund the entire... Why are you using ChatGPT as a source, and how do you feel like that was going to back up your claim? And your PoE 1 account is also gone? Yeah. I mean, you will lose everything. Yeah, I've tried Arena Breakout. I didn't like it. Like, ChatGPT is probably going to tell you US law. And, like, you don't have any consumer protection in America. Like, this is European law. EU policy is a 14-day refund, not on early access products. Let's finish watching the video. We should actually find it so we can link it.
Be close.
I meant Grim Dawn, not Titan Quest.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I assume that's what you meant. But yeah, I don't know. We're thinking like early, like first half of next year.
That's exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be cool, and it's interesting because it also it sort of develops one of the civilization. Like as you play through Grim Dawn, you encounter the remnants or ruins of certain civilizations that existed in the world, and so this expansion is going to help really flesh out one of these civilizations that had only previously been kind of eluded. And then that's going to segue into an RTS that we're building, which is still a long ways off, but it'll be set in the universe, and it will
crossover's cool there.
Yeah, it'll include like a couple of these Grim Dawn civilizations as playable races.
Nice. Do you think there's much crossover between ARPG and RTS players?
I actually do, and it's funny because one of these guys who was a big streamer in the RTS community, it was Giant Grant Games, at one point put out this stream talking about, why have RTSs.
You always have a right to a minimum 2-year guarantee if the digital content or service turns out to be faulty, not as advertised, and not working as expected. If the supplier cannot fix the content or service, your charge, you can ask for a reduction in the price or terminate the contract. Yeah, there's something else too.
Kind of failed to thrive in recent years, and sort of combating the notion that a lot of the audience had moved off to MOBAs, he did this big survey with, I don't know, like 7,500 people, and asked, other...
Wait, hold on. Let me read. In short, yes, you can refund an early access game in Europe under EU law, but the exact process depends on whether you waived your right of withdrawal on the store's refund policy. Stream's 14-day 2-hour rule is a practical implementation, but you may still have legal grounds to request a refund outside of those limits if the game is broken, misrepresented, or not as described. I think that's what happened with Tarkov, was that the fact that they changed their packages because they had previously said... I think that was a big thing that allowed for it so easily in Tarkov, was that they said previously that you always had a right to every future DLC, and they changed that. Which is why it was so easy to get a refund for Tarkov, because you were no longer able to. So it was misrepresented. But you have a lot more like I wonder if that would affect Last Epoch. It's a fully released game. Although, man, I wonder though, it still might apply with the whole like misrepresented thing. Because they did say all future DLCs would be free. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a clear-cut no.
Then RTS, what other genres do you play? And I think action RPG was the second most popular genre after RTS.
I wonder if this is a Blizzard thing. And the reason I say that is because, we all got into playing Blizzard games because of its super strong RTSs back in the day. And then because there were so many good RTSs coming out of the studio, when they said, by the way, try this thing, it's an action RPG, we're like, yes, please. And then that got us addicted to those. And so there's this association where I feel of myself as an RTS player, even though it's been a couple of decades since I actually took one seriously.
Yeah, that could be. I don't know. I mean, I think also there are certain gameplay parallels between them, just in terms of they're both very efficiency oriented. I mean, at least for me, as the type of player I am, it's all about level progression, screen clearing, and in an ARPG, and that kind of aligns with the notion of economic efficiency in an RTS. And
So many RTS, wasn't there just two? Warcraft and StarCraft? Warcraft, StarCraft, Command and Conquer, Red Alert, Tiberian Sun, KKND, Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, Total Annihilation Kingdoms, Dune, Dawn of War, something Magic. Populous was not an RTS. Empire Earth, Rise of Nations. Total Annihilation was great, yeah. You're saying Blizzard ones? No, he said the Blizzard ones and other. He said something about that. There were like so many RTSs, and the RTSs were so like high caliber back then.
just the amount of strategizing between army composition versus character build. There's a lot
It
of
was the
parallels
biggest one
there.
early.
Yeah, that is an interesting comparison.
The first game I ever played was Dune Battle for Arrakis. This is the first video game I ever played. Honestly, I should go back and play it now that I'm like an adult. First game I ever played.
These days, I struggle to pay attention to more than one aspect of a game at
That's
once. Like
actually
if I'm playing an
epic.
ARPG, I can focus on my character and what's happening, and trying to stay alive in hardcore is hard enough. So I'm bad at modern RTSs because I can't split my attention across all the different things. So I wanted to talk about microtransactions in games very briefly. So as a primarily single-player game with an upfront purchase price, you didn't have an in-game microtransaction store. And one could certainly argue this is a good thing for players because it means the game that they buy is a complete product and they can earn both power and cosmetic stuff by playing the actual game itself without needing to spend any additional money. But it also means that you have to run your entire business on the unit sales of the game and its expansion, and you potentially miss out on capturing the full demand curve. I was going to ask how this has affected your business, but then I noticed that you did actually release some packs of cosmetic item skins that didn't provide gameplay advantages. And this is fascinating to me because it means you can compare both approaches. You've got the base unit sales of the game, and you've also got the cosmetic packs. How did those loyalist packs perform, and were they worth doing?
They performed pretty well, and they were definitely worth doing. The return on investment for those is actually pretty crazy. Like, I think the first one that we put out sold like over 1 million units.
Wow.
And it's, not a lot of artist time in there. It probably costs like, I don't know.
I'm not playing with my phone, I'm playing with this.
$15,000 maybe to make. And it's funny because like part of the reason that we did those, like initially I think we were very hesitant to put up like vanity or microtransaction feeling items because we thought like that
doing something with my hands.
The audience, might not like that, and that kind of wasn't our business model. But we just got like tons and tons of requests for it, and eventually we were like, all right, well, we'll try this. And we did when it was massively successful in terms of like, the profitability for what it cost to make, and players were happy with it. And then people just, wanted more of that. And I think there's a danger, like there's a balance. I think if we'd gone too far and started pumping one out every couple of months, I think that might have soured people on it. Felt like too much of a cash grab, it's like, because it's weird. It's like you have to kind of balance like this audience demand for something with an oversaturation that eventually starts to feel greedy. And I think we may have erred too much on the conservative side of that, of trying, not to be greedy developers, where we probably could have put out a bunch more of those and people would have been happy. But I don't know. To some degree, it's like as a company, and it's funny because like I talk to other like people who are in like game biz dev, and like I have a buddy who's does biz dev, and he owned another studio that he sold a while back, and he's always like, why aren't you doing this, why aren't you doing that, you're leaving so much money on the table, how come you're not doing ports to every console? And to some degree, part of it is that like, when you are the sole owner of a company that's done pretty well and all of your needs are met, you kind of get to this position where you're like, well, what do I think it would be cool to work on? And
holy fucking based.
I think I've probably left a lot of money on the table potentially by not having like a microtransaction store, but I don't know, at the time, like that just wasn't something that I wanted to do. And similarly with like, porting to a lot of different consoles, like it's kind of, there's some pain involved there, and there's an opportunity cost. Like if you put engineers on that, as opposed to working on your next cool game idea, it slows things down. And I mean, fortunately, I think we're lucky to have gotten to a point where we don't have to be quite as financially motivated, and we can just, kind of pick and choose the things that we want to do.
Yeah, I appreciate your dramatic understatement of the pain associated with porting to consoles and the maintenance of those versions. Yeah, you're completely right that there are parts of game development that are really fun, and they generally involve working on the actual game itself and listening to the customers and getting them new things. And then there's the stuff that makes money, which feels incredibly boring. And if you don't need to do that, you make a lot more game, and hence people have a lot more fun if you just skip those aspects of the business.
I do think like there is like some player value to having microtransactions, in the sense that, if they were done in a way that I think is proper, like in a more sort of restrained, conservative way, it rewards the developer for the amount of hours potentially that people are playing the game.
So I agree. I think that's why I like live service games that do have MTX and do MTX well, because it like I think Diablo 3 would have been a better game with cosmetics, for instance, because I think when you have no continued way to monetize, whether that is like expansions or however you monetize, it's an unfortunate pause.
And I think
whenever you don't have a continued way to monetize, you don't have a continued way to provide the players with content. So like, if it's a game you shill for cosmetics way too much, well, for sure, but it's because if it's a game like The Witcher, right? I wanna buy The Witcher for $50 or whatever, $70, and play it, and then I never want to touch it again, right? But for a live service game, I want content. If the game doesn't get content every 3 or 6 months, then I can't play it, Hixie. Do you know what I mean? That's why I like cosmetics personally. Like, I want the developer, like, my baseline is I want fair monetization for both the developer and the consumer. Whereas if it's a live service game, it like, or how else do I phrase this? If it's a game that I want to really dig into, you know what I mean? Like, when you're looking for your forever game, I want to make sure that my forever game has continued monetization so that the developers are incentivized to keep bringing me content. Because if all I'm giving the developers $30, they aren't going to keep giving me content, right? That's a problem we're seeing now with Last Epoch, where people aren't buying their cosmetics, so they're not profitable. Whereas with Path of Exile, people are buying their cosmetics. How many people here buy Path of Exile cosmetics? Not because they care that much about the cosmetic, because they want to support the company, right? Like, I'm a big fan of subscription models. I'm a huge fan of subscription models. I'm honestly a little surprised that people aren't. I do think free-to-play, the way Path of Exile is doing it, is better, but I'm a big fan of subscription models. Like I said, I want the developer to be financially incentivized to keep bringing me content, which if it's that's why I'm not that big a fan of just buy to play. OSRS a good example? Yeah, it's a great example. Like, if a developer is trying to get like $30 a month out of me or $15 a month, that seems fair to me. Whereas I really dislike, like, now, like Torchlight's a good example, right? Because Torchlight's trying to get what, like $300 to $3,000 out of you per season, which I don't think that's good. I don't feel fairly monetized. Subscription models like what? Albion? No, Albion's a bad example because I really dislike the monetization of Albion. But like when I played World of Warcraft or EVE Online, I felt very happy with that monetization. I would not be able to afford 30 a month. No, for sure, and that is the downside of it. It's not like objectively good. Like I do think the best monetization is what Path of Exile does. I was just trying to explain why I like a developer being able to continually monetize their player base, because it's a good thing for us if we get continued content, if it's a game you want to be a forever game. Whereas you don't want, like, for example, Horse Armor in Oblivion was the dumbest thing to ever exist, right? Because Oblivion was never going to be a live service game. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, imagine if Path of Exile was a free to play. Sorry, imagine if Path of Exile was a $50 game. No microtransactions. Like, imagine Path of Exile was a $50 game, no microtransaction at all, no stash tab sales. You had infinite stash tabs, you had all the cosmetics. Well, actually, you would just have no cosmetics, you would just have the in-game art. Do you think Path of Exile would be worse or better? I think it'd be worse. You also would never get seasons, right? You wouldn't get seasons, you wouldn't get new content. I think it would be way worse. So there are like upsides to different monetizations. Doesn't Forever Monetization create problems with releasing a sequel? Yes. Oh, it does. But there's downsides to everything, right? I don't think there's anything with only objective upsides. There's upsides and downsides to everything. Like there is no like this is the best way to do it. How is Albion bad? If you play it a ton, it's free game for you. If you don't have much time, it's just $15 a month. I don't have a problem with their with their subscription model. I dislike the being able to buy learning points, being able to sell a subscription to another player and get silver, so that you can then, like, for example, I'll give you an example, right? So right now, the guild I'm playing in Albion, we were transitioning from Brawl to Clap Cup, right? So I had spec'd up Astral Staff, and I had maxed out Astral, or close to maxed out Astral. But now we've switched, so I can't play Astral anymore. So now I have to go Rift Glaive, but I don't have Rift Glaive. I also don't have time to grind it out anymore. So now, I as a player, I feel pressure. Like, I could just drop $1,000 on Albion right now, and I could max out Rift Glaive, right? And I would be infinitely more helpful to my guild. So I feel pressure on that. I'm not going to, because I really dislike that type of monetization. But there is that pressure there. And we had several people in our guild that dropped $100 to $1,000 to max out easier. So that is my problem with the monetization there. Like, it creates that FOMO that, like, man, I don't have time to grind, but I work, and I could just drop money on the problem. It's like an easy hole to fall into.
That's a little bit of like a disconnect right now between developers and players, especially in the types of games that we make that are highly replayable, where you have these people who are playing thousands of hours of the game, but they've only paid, you know.
Yeah, and what Captain said, it also creates incentives for the designer to make grinds extremely long. That's why I'm so scared of time gating. Like, for example, any game with time gating that is also affected by monetization, I just always assume that, like, it's made artificially worse for no reason, not from a game design point of view, but from a make money point of view, right? Whereas, like, I was very hesitant on time gating in King's March, but at least that wasn't tied to monetization, right? So then, at least I can sort of rest assured that the game dev is just trying to balance this in what they feel is right for the game. Whereas in anything like Warframe, World of Warcraft, or anything like that, where like time gating or anything has money based on it, I become a lot more skeptical. Or on December,
You know, $30 or whatever it is for it. Yeah. And I mean, especially where you get to the point where you're starting to offer relatively steep discounts, you know, or, you know, you have people in other countries and maybe they've only paid, like, you know, they got the game on sale, they paid $5 for Grim Dawn, and then they play like 1,000 hours. And it's funny because, like, you'll sometimes see comments from players who are like, oh, you know, how come you didn't do this or didn't do that? Like, it's going to decrease the longevity of the game, or what's supposed to keep me playing for another 1,000 hours? And it's like, well, we already got all of the money that you're going to spend on the game. And, you know, and we put out a lot of free content updates, but at some point it's like, you know, economically, financially, it doesn't make sense for us to just keep making free stuff where, you know, we're not being rewarded for it.
I see how to fix it now.
And so I think that's where stuff like microtransactions can be helpful, because it's a way for players who are really invested in the game to basically contribute more financially to the developer,
True.
so that the developer
That's what I just
then,
said.
has a vested interest in continuing development.
I should have just
providing
kept
more
watching. He's
content.
saying everything I just said.
And sometimes it's things that like we would like to do, but it's just, you can't justify it beyond a certain point if there isn't, some sort of revenue involved. I mean, because ultimately, it is a business, and we do have people's livelihoods to look out for.
Yeah, I see. And if the game is still generating money because of said microtransaction packs, then it does make it more likely that you, for example, invest in another expansion later or whatever you plan to do with it. Yeah, I see what you mean. So if you were to start again today, like let's say it wasn't Grim Dawn, it was a new franchise, which model, premium with cosmetics or free to play with cosmetics, do you think would fit a company of your scale, and why?
I mean, part of it is free to play is just an unknown for us, and I think that it comes with a lot of sort of infrastructure that it needs to support it. Like, if your game, I guess I say that. And on the other hand, like people did buy, a lot of people did buy these item packs for Grim Dawn, and it's not like we have.
I think if I was going to make a game, I think free to play is just too big of a gamble. I think it's such a higher chance to fail on free to play. I don't think I would ever do free to play. It also makes it way harder to do cheaters and bot police. There's so many downsides to being complete free to play. Honestly, what GDD have done is nothing short of a miracle.
Security.
I don't think I would ever do free to play.
People potentially from, hacking the game, and
I think what I would like to see more of a return on is demos. I think I would like to see more of a return of demos. I think that is the answer. Buy to play, but with demos. I think we are seeing a return of that. I think demos are really good.
Pirating stuff and giving themselves these items for free. But so I think most people, are just want to do that to support the company to some degree. And I think when it's like a loyalist pack DLC that comes out infrequently, I think that there's more goodwill to do that. Whereas I think you probably do need more security, as I'm thinking through this, if you have built-in microtransactions, because I think that those purchases are less motivated by goodwill because people feel like it's this intentional part of the game. And so there's that aspect of it. But I mean, in general, I don't know. I guess I like the premium model. You pay some amount for the game, you get a whole bunch of content. We don't have to be making decisions purely based on player retention. Like, how can we keep players playing the game longer? We can just focus more on just making the game fun to play. But I do think having potentially some degree of cosmetic microtransactions could be beneficial. Especially these things I think can be difficult within RTS, where I think that audience is much more divided in terms of how they're playing the game. Like, people who are playing the campaign are playing in a very different way than people who are playing PvP ladder. Or playing some kind of online co-op. And I think that for StarCraft 2, the skins that they put out, or the co-op commanders that they sold to people, were a great way to allow them to have revenue off of supporting these other models of gameplay that were important to smaller portions of the audience. Right. Whereas without that, it's then you have to think about, well, how much time can we, resources can we really justify to providing, these different gameplay modes when it's not what the core audience is, what 70% of the audience is engaging with.
I see what you mean. I was thinking that another concept here is that if someone was to make a game with a secure online economy, and you have to make the decision between free to play and premium, something that's not really discussed is a secure online game obviously lives or dies based on the sanctity of the economy. If everyone's cheating and botting and stuff, then what's the point of playing?
Yep.
And so looking at botting in particular, if a game is free, and I say this having spent a decade fighting bots in a free game, If a game is free and you ban the bots, they come back seconds later, and the marginal cost per account is whatever it takes to register a new Gmail account and get a new clean VPN IP address. And therefore, you ban 10,000 bots, 10,000 bots come back 5 minutes later, and it's a fight. Whereas if the game has an upfront premium cost, it certainly means that it's only worth it for them to bot the game if the amount of revenue that they can get by doing that activity exceeds the cost of the game they're paying. And if the game is a substantial cost, there's no way they're making $30 of value out of it before you ban them if you've got mature tools. Right. And so this is something that I imagine the Path of Exile 2 team is finding at the moment, comparing to Path of Exile 1, because currently PoE 2 is in early access where you have to buy a supporter pack to get entry. And so I would expect that the botting behavior were different between the two games, though I don't know that.
I mean, I think the other thing, like based on what you're mentioning, is that, even if people who are botting are then buying additional versions of the game, it's like, in a way, they're contributing resources to you to continue policing the game and removing bots.
The thing is, like, that does not, Wizard Strong says in chat, enter stolen credit cards, right? That's the problem, that usually they aren't contributing to the game's economy, or if they are buying it, they're damn well making sure to be buying it from a country where they are paying a fraction of the cost, right? Like, there's sometimes a $30 game is like 80 cents in Turkey or something, or a country with like, what do you call that? Regional pricing. So, yeah, it's not always the case, sadly. He mentions that? Oh, okay.
Whereas, if the game is completely free to play, it's like, at some point gets further on in its lifespan. Yeah, it's like you're investing resources and trying to combat something that is just purely extracting time and energy from the game.
Yeah. You always hear these conspiracy theories about how people accuse the developers of games of banning bots at a certain cadence, like leaving the bots there just so they can make enough money, and then banning them so that you get the money when they have to rebuy the copy of the game, which is obviously not something that happened in Path of Exile because the game was free. But I don't imagine it working like that, because the negative effects of having the bots are obviously catastrophic for these games, and once the economics are not there for the botters anymore because they're being banned, they will just move on to something else.
I think that the biggest reason that companies do that is because they don't want people to be able to understand how they detected the bots. I mean, at least I don't know how well this translates to like banning bots, but with hackers, it's like a big concern is if you're immediately banned after doing something specific, then you can figure out how the company determined that you were hacking. Whereas if you just compile a list of hackers and then, ban them all a month later, nobody really knows what, allowed for their detection.
Yeah, you can do things like ban 90% of them because that will just confuse them, right? What did these accounts do? What's special?
I think companies should also do a lot more entrapment, like have one or two people dedicated to just trying to sell people cheats and gold and stuff, and then ban them, because you are like, I think there's too big of a focus on going just after sellers and not enough going after both, because you should have a fair as a buyer. You shouldn't just think like, oh, they're mostly caring about the seller. Like Albion does that really well, I think, where we had somebody in our guild that bought like $10 or $30 RMT and he got banned. So they do a really good way of detecting. That you should be afraid when you're breaking it.
About them, why are they still working?
Yeah,
there's a lot of fun stuff you can do to mess with people, and honestly, in a thing where it's a matter of making it too annoying for someone to keep doing, messing with them is the best way of achieving that.
It's funny that the whole cat and mouse game that is involved with that.
Yeah, it's a cool area. I enjoy that quite a lot, and it's an advantage of doing online game stuff is that you get to fight a lot of different types of abuse. Obviously there's all the bad financial abuse where people are trying to do bad things with your payment processing, and that's quite sad to have to deal with. But the game level stuff is interesting, seeing the cool things people come up with and then trying to find a good solution to that. So, since you last released your 2019 Grim Dawn expansion, you've been building Farthest Frontier, which we've mentioned a few times in this conversation. How's that going, and what have you learned about it that can be applied back to action RPGs?
It's going great so far. It's funny because I just had always wanted to make a town builder. I loved playing town builders when I was in college, and I was sad that it felt like for a while the market had kind of dried up for those. Of course, as happened to me when I started working on Grim Dawn, all of these ARPGs appeared suddenly. Now the same thing I feel like is happening with the town builder genre, where there's like a million town builders coming out. And then, we started working on the RTS a little while.
I think that's always kind of happened, right? Because for the most part, what happens with a successful game is that there is a game developer that is really passionate about a genre, and they sense that vacuum, right? Because they want to play something. I actually have that right now, where like the game I want to play isn't really invented yet. The entire genre isn't invented yet, and I don't have the capability to do it myself right now. But like where there are 5-year cycles, yeah, like you sense that vacuum and you want to fill that vacuum, but there's a bunch of other people responding to that same thing.
While ago, and all of a sudden there's all of these RTS games coming out after none for like 10 years. But in general, like, I don't know, I initially was wondering, like, is there an audience for this genre? And as it turned,
Why don't you work on a dev to make it? Well, so I have messaged Moonbeast and stuff and say I'm very, very interested in working more with them and doing consulting for them and stuff, because I think what Moonbeast is doing, I'm so fucking hyped for it. Like a survival ARPG, like Valheim meets Path of Exile kind of thing, sounds like a fucking dream to me. That sounds so fucking cool. So I would love to be more involved with Moonbeast. That would make me so happy. It's like the vampire game. No, V-Rising doesn't really have that many ARPG stuff. Mixing PvP. Yeah. V-Rising is legit that. It isn't. What do you mean? Not making a build and like grinding maps in V-Rising. Like, I agree that V-Rising does a lot of fun stuff, but it's not Path of Exile meets Valheim. It's not an ARPG. Whereas, like, what Moonbeast is working on, like, I even made a command yesterday, because they have, like, a sign-up sheet at Xmerge Moonbeast that you can, like, express interest, which helps them, but I'm, like, super keen to get more involved with them. I think it sounds like the best game ever. I'm really excited. And just the way they talk about it.
turns out, like, yes, there definitely still is a significant audience for the town builder genre. And Farthest Frontier has done great for us so far in early access. I think we're up to like 1.2 million copies.
Wow.
We've got 1.6 million wish lists. So, during early access.
I think I'll try it.
I mean, by those standards, it's totally outperforming where Grim Dawn was at that point in its
really
life.
Good numbers.
How will that, translate to long-term sales? I don't know, but so far I'm pretty optimistic. And then, I don't know, as far as how does that translate to ARPGs, I don't know.
Well, it's nice you got to work on something different for a while, because you mentioned burnout and stuff, and I totally know what you mean. It's after focusing on one genre for a long time, it's nice to think about something else for a little while.
Yeah, so we have like a couple of other projects, like I mentioned, the RTS that are in development that will sort of be the next phase of games after this town builder. But I feel like we've gotten to the point. I've gotten to the point, and my like sort of right hand man, Zantai is his online handle, as he's known by most people. I think has finally gotten to the point where we're like, all right, maybe it's time. It's time to start thinking about Grim Dawn too.
Interesting. Is there anything you can say about that today?
I don't want to, jump the gun, get people too excited, because it's a long ways off. But we have been developing our own new proprietary engine for the RTS, and that will be the same engine that we use for the ARPG. So I think that's cool. The fact that the RTS will give us a chance to kind of hammer on this engine and refine it, and then we'll build off a separate version for the ARPG, adapt it for that. But when I was working on like Grim Dawn initially, we were really kind of hamstrung with the old technology that we started with, which already had begun to sort of, I think, show its age by the time that we were working on Grim Dawn. And now we're kind of locked into it. Like, once you have this existing audience that owns the game, like you can only change things so much.
Yeah.
That and like, we can't go to like a new shader model or anything, or we'd have to redo all of the art in the game. So it's very exciting to be able to, start on this new action RPG with a completely fresh engine, where I think we can really upgrade, the whole look of the game. And then
I'm really excited for that, because I'm not even like, for me, it's not even the look of the game. It's like the game feel. Like already, and that's something I liked in Moonbeast's game. Like impact is so important for me. Like honestly, even screen shake to some idea. Like just things connecting really well, the sound crunching really well, like the game feel and feeling powerful. No, like that's a downside to Last Epoch. Not every move does that in Last Epoch. Like there are Leap Slam and a few other abilities, and like some of their abilities do, but I think there's a big downside to Last Epoch. Whereas like Path of Exile does that really well, right? Like Herald of Ice, Occultist Explosions, like that kind of thing. The impact feel is so important to me in games. Like I really like, do you remember in Wilson they had like the Uber ability that you like charged up and then you like turn into this huge fucking thing that deals no fucking damage. It was so stupid. But if that did damage, the look and feel of that was amazing, right? It was like such a cool thing to go into. You're like, boom, right? Like an ulti should feel like an ulti, right? Whenever you're like, oh fuck yeah, like you feel like a Dragon Ball Z character, that's the best like thing you can give a player. That's so cool. Feel of power is very important in a power fantasy game. Yeah, whenever you feel like, holy fuck, I am so cool, you've done it right.
As a team, like we've just matured over the time that, we worked on Grim Dawn, and then, subsequently, like we've hired a bunch of like really top-notch artists in recent years. So I think we're going to be able to do something, that graphically is a lot more impressive than Grim Dawn. But additionally, it's also like, once you're, have released the game, you're kind of locked into the systems that you have. So there are a lot of systems that, I think we'd like to revisit and do in a little bit different way.
Thank you, Vandal.
I mean, one of the things I mentioned already was just the fact that the way our class masteries interact with our itemization makes it very prohibitive to like keep adding different class options to the game. So I think we've come up with like a pretty cool new way to do that will allow us to like more freely add in additional classes as with expansions. And I don't know, anyway, I'm pretty excited about it. But
that is exciting.
It is, while we've determined that that's, what we're going to work on after this next phase of games, like we haven't started working on it yet. So, we're at least like,
yeah, Mizu, I'll be doing Hellclock
6 years out.
Yeah, I see. This is me speculating, but if your engine starts off for an RTS, it means you'll have solid netcode by necessity for lots of units, and that's always a good thing when you're planning an action RPG.
Yes.
Yeah, which could mean just really good offline offline multiplayer rather than online, of course, but
yeah, we have thought about potentially having some secure multiplayer with Grim Dawn too. I mean, I don't think we would necessarily try to make it as big of a thing as it is in like Path of Exile or Diablo, but I think having that as an option for players to do would be interesting, because there is a certain portion of the community. I mean, just the fact that somebody made a mod to do leagues in Grim Dawn.
Yeah, that is very cool. I didn't know
the
that.
fact that there are people who would like to do like PvP or like do seasonal runs through the game, and I think it'd be cool to be able to support that.
I think it's just like, and I hope Grim Dawn 2 will have the option for this, and I like the way Last Epoch does it, where you have offline play that you can play completely offline, but you also have the server authoritative model. Like having that like stamp of authenticity is really important for me and a lot of other players.
Obviously that's having secure online play is something that we're going to have to do for the RTS.
I think that with secure online play,
the
size of the player community is not necessarily an always bigger is better situation. I've observed in Path of Exile that smaller player communities and like private leagues have significantly more interesting trade behavior and economic stuff going on than when you dump the entire world in one big economy and everything gets hyper efficient. And so the smaller groups of players playing together do have advantages. And so, supporting both offline and online means the only people playing online are the ones who really want to be. And, I see that as a potentially positive thing rather than forcing people who, would rather play offline having to be online.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's an interesting area for sure. So what have you been playing recently yourself other than, the games you're working on?
Not a lot, not as much as I'd like to. I periodically play Helldivers with my kids. That's been a lot of fun. I mean, it's a blast because you just go in, shoot some bugs or robots up, and could feel like you had a good time in 30 or 45 minutes. I still play a lot of StarCraft 2. I don't know. I just it's funny because I got into that really late in the life cycle of the game. I was just so busy working on Grim Dawn. I feel like I missed like an era of gaming early on. So I didn't start playing StarCraft 2 until after Legacy of the Void came out. But I mean, I've easily put in like thousands of hours of StarCraft 2.
Oh.
So yeah, I do that every once in a while, and then geez, I don't know what else have I played. I played God, what was it called? I can't remember. There was some survival. I've played a couple survival games recently, but I don't know. The name eludes me currently.
Right. By survival, do you mean like Rust/Ark style survival, or do you mean like Vampire Survivors style survival?
More like, well, so I mean, I played a bunch of Valheim like a couple of years ago, and then there was another game that came out more recently. I cannot remember the name of it, but it's sort of similar to a Valheim style survival game.
Name are they talking about Uncharted?
Palworld.
No, not that one.
Yeah, which I honestly enjoyed myself, so that was an interesting experience. You're looking up which game it was?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's in my Steam library here. No, can I see what I played recently? I played some finals. Let's see.
Yeah, I didn't play Expedition 33.
Enshrouded. That's what it was.
Right. Yeah. Which came out at a similar time to Palworld. Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't played it, but it has been recommended to me.
It's an interesting game. Like, I mean, just the fact that you can like dig through the world, I think, was very cool.
What?
Yeah.
What? Can you dig through the entire world?
I was looking at the action RPG being made by Moonbeast, some of the ex
from one side of the planet to the other.
Ex Diablo 2 developers and Moonbeast, some of the ex Diablo 2 developers, and that game appears to have terrain deformation as well, and gives me the impression that I could dig through the world, which is pretty cool and a very different take on traditional action RPGs.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Yeah, well, it's been an honor interviewing you today. I had a great time. It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for joining me. Yeah, and best of luck with both the impending release of Farthest Frontier and the the final push on getting the Grim Dawn expansion ready, and then the exciting RTS and other projects. It sounds like it's going to be a good few years.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I am pretty excited about the release, and it's too bad we didn't get to talk about what you're working on. But
it'll be a while before I want to share that. There's stealth mode for the time being on purpose.
All right.
Well, thanks very much, Arthur. And
thank you.
If you viewers enjoyed this interview, then please like and subscribe. I hope to have many more in the future. And thanks. I'll see you next time.
Badass. Very cool. Very cool. When is the Chris X's interview? I don't think he'd want to interview me for his YouTube channel. Don't know if interviewing a random streamer has much merit, but I love these interviews that he's doing. They're very, very cool. That was awesome. I'm gonna link the channel in chat. Make sure you give Chris Wilson a like and a follow. I'm a proud. I think I was like one of his first 5 subscribers. Very proud. Random, but fair. I mean, at the end of the day, I am a random streamer. Maybe I will get more involved with ARPG development, and then maybe he'll have a recent interview with me. He's the only channel I sub to. Okay, with your Strangler, you've known me for 10 years. It's my 10-year anniversary. That's fucked up. That's crazy. You cheated, though. He probably linked the channel himself. He did. He did. I did cheat. He was like, hey, I've made a YouTube channel. Would you watch one of my videos? I was like, would I? Fucking excited. Oh, I mean, Chris obviously changed my life. You make events for ARPGs? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it would be an interesting enough episode with me. Maybe in the future we'll strive to be interesting enough.
From 10 years,
Thank you, Vash. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Chris sending his YouTube channel to his friends for +1 view. Link in chat. Sorry, I didn't link it on YouTube. I forgot about you. I'm so sorry. Let me rectify that right now. I'm gonna rectify you so hard. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we are going to play another game. We're going to do a sponsored stream for Hellclock. Which I've played before. I've also done some consulting on this game. Devs are really cool. So I will be right back, and then we'll do that. You've been huge for the growth of Path of Exile. Don't undersell yourself. Does that necessarily make a good interview, though? I don't know. If Chris ever asked, I would say yes in a heartbeat, but I don't think he has a reason to in the short term. I'm gonna be right back. And chat. Please don't leave me. I'll be right back. I'm back. I really enjoy watching the Chris videos. They're so good. Hellclock. Alright. Let's see, have we changed YouTube as well, Medikey? I'll change it. Oh, you've changed it. What a motherfucking gangster. Chris just has too much natural charisma. Yeah, he makes a really good YouTuber. So, this is Hellclock. It is a... I need to turn down the volume. It is a roguelite. It's very fun. Like I said, I did some consulting for them a year or so ago. Can't remember when, but they're really cool devs. They're Brazilian. I was like, please add hardcore. Like sound in background. I love that they have that option. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. And the new update. Yeah, they've had a new update very recently. Yeah, I am not sure what's in the new update, so I'm really excited to check that out. They're really cool devs. Okay, I did not hit accept on the setting. Okay, how's the audio? You die, your character's deleted, and you'll start a new game. I mean, I do want to check it out, so let's do veteran. And we'll do the software experience to start. They did a ton of balance. We added crafting with basically PoE currency. Oh, nice. Work of fiction based on real events of the Canudos massacre. I'm loading. Where am I? Do they have more characters than this one yet, or is it still just this one? They're not audio. They're not shooting audio. There should be. Did I disable it? Oh. Oh, it's just really quiet. Turned it down too much. There. I didn't hear it on my end. Descend into the basement. So again, this is a sponsored stream. Super appreciate anyone staying and watching. And I know a lot of people in chat have been talking about this for a while anyway. It is a roguelike and you're on a timer. Still crit. Few months things get scaled back. 1.2 million comics. I've already played this before as well. Time pressure. They have a relaxed mode that you can turn on that you don't have time pressure. And then it's just about you dying or not dying. And there's no time pressure. So they already have that as an option. Yes, sir. I'm a big fan of options. One of the things when I was like talking to the devs and stuff, I did say like options are really good for stuff like that. Lets people like customize how they want to. Imagine playing options in the video games. I know. So it's like a lot of people are just gonna want to play this like a ARPG, like PoE with no timer and just worrying about their life and stuff. Making a strong build. They were like, yeah, it's a good idea. They're really smart devs. When it comes to like when to listen and when not to. We'll start with this. I played without a timer and sometimes in hardcore, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should have done without a timer too. But there's a lot of ways you can play. Hardcore runs less like Act 2, that's fair. I wish they had like English vocals, cause it's hard for me to read while I'm playing. Some players freeze the timer, yeah. Some areas it freezes, like now, when you're doing like an encounter. Wait, they have English voiceover now? Do they actually? Is that true? Oh my god. I was like saying they really should have that. Where's that? Oh my god. Oh, amazing. I wasn't sure if they were actually gonna do that. That's so cool. Love that. That's awesome. Love that. That's been so cool to see the game like changing and shaping. Done a really good job with it. My life isn't that low. Oh, I'm stuck. I want chaining. Maybe I just like right click it down from range. I think this is better. Oh. Plus 30 seconds. Don't lose them at the end of the run. Fire, lightning, oh. Physical. I think I'm physical. Oh no. Oh, spectral knives, which is what I want to do, is physical. No, I just need to get like, the thing is I don't think, I think it's an artifact or something to get chain. If I remember right, it's an artifact. It's not something I can get in a run. Where they're doing decent stuff is really cool too, yeah. They've done a lot of really cool things. How many people in chat have tried this? Oh, I shouldn't have taken that. I misclicked. Hardcore is really complex in this game, yeah. They have an overlay. You know, I really dislike this trend in gaming where devs have started forcing people to play without overlays because they themselves don't like it. It's like, imagine if you started forcing motion blur in a game. Actual endgame? Yeah. Proper endgame would be really cool for this. 100%. Imagine putting options in a video game. I know. Big fan of options. Enough damage for that. Big options oriented guy. Could have taken some movement speed actually. Oh no. I got a shotguns. Or soul stones. Already hot stock seconds. Oh. Okay. Take move speed. Man, that would have been crazy to have 4.5k there. Redraw. More damage. If you don't mind answering, how do you get into consulting for the game? Through Mad Mushroom and like tips. They messaged me about it. Yeah. No, not at the moment. I haven't been taking the chest, yeah. Three minutes left. Point. A bad first run. Yeah, I'm on veteran. I mean, it'd be weird for me not to be on veteran, right? Like GPS. Fire, lightning, oof. Don't really want any of these. I guess I didn't need to buy one.
May I be damned. That devil is truly alive. The merchant! You've robbed us! Brought our downfall!
You know, I really wish PoE would do more like that.
I need not honor agreements. The law is on my side. Vile soul. I've come to collect your debt.
Oh no. Oh, I'm dead. Oh. Different. I'm using the weapon that I have not leveled up at all. Like my other one's too close range because I don't have the AoE portion of it. After seeing this, the devs are gonna restart the timer on bosses. Wasn't even hard.
Law is not justice.
Yeah, you thought he had me. You thought he had me, chat.
Law of men.
Double knives. Is this double knives? No, it's spectral knives. Blunderbuss. Spectral knives increase in melee attack speed, stacking up to 5 times. That one.
A sacred relic. Its blessing shall nourish my soul, so long as it remains with me.
Okay, I don't think I can survive very long here because I'm pretty weak.
Many evil things descend to the death, yet none
Is that full immortality? No. Not an Anvil Shrine. No, I'm not gonna do the PvP race. I'm so slow. I can only do like a 4-hour run. I'll do the AoE. Help a lot. Not a zoomy enough gamer. I just like am mentally boomed to practice. I did do one practice run and I was like, oh, I'm just not feeling it, and people didn't super love watching it. Makes it harder to get into practice too. It was like, I want to stream Mega Bonk to 2,000 viewers or PoE2 practice to like 1,000. Isn't super feeling it. Here. Okay, I think we're kind of screwed here. Different is the first run. Just give us thoughts on last ever going paid expansions. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's better than the game, like, shutting down. And obviously their current MTX hasn't been super good. It's getting better, but it's still not super good, so... I'm not shocked. And they did have a pretty candid announcement. It's a roguelike. A lot of ARPG elements. It's very fun to play. I died. I was too greedy. Descent complete. But you can really like shape it yourself. Like you can turn off the timer and make it more ARPG as well.
Have I returned?
you? Thanks.
How in
The hell did I escape? Alright. Base damage. Boom. Move speed. Alright. Do I have unlocked the thing yet? Peter. Yeah, did I just not have that yet?
You've managed to retreat. I have repaired the stairs.
So thanks to the devs said a lot of players came into the game thinking it was something else that didn't know how to make builds.
The
Right.
great drought killed the pastures,
That makes
the
sense.
cattle, and even the bravest cowboys. Hundreds of thousands wandered aimlessly through the backlands. Canudus rose as a beacon of hope for those who kept believing in divine mercy. From Monte Santo flowed the milk and sprouted the corn that fed the Lord's flocks. But those who could change things,
How much is the game?
invariably
I think it's worth more than a
saw
$1
in
to
our
$2
suffering
game.
a
much is it right
way
now?
to keep prospering. The greed
13.
for gold. The
Yeah, it's not a
Antichrist was
$2
thirsty
game.
for blood. With its gold, iron, and fire, it bathed Monte Santo with the blood of backlander workers.
They put a lot of love into the game.
The women and the
Definitely worth
children
the price tag.
were not spared of the massacre. And as in a demonic ritual, they mutilated
They didn't have all
my
these
body
cutscenes when I
to
played it.
imprison my soul. For as long as there was hope in the heart of the Backlanders, they feared Canudos, who would be born again. Brother, our history lives in the remains of the great bell of Canudos. You
That like a
must
year or two
restore
ago?
our legacy. Every soul must know what really happened in Canudos.
Maybe 2 years ago? A long time ago? Way before 1.0, yeah. Long time ago. Base damage. Base damage.
my dear counselor?
Reliquary.
Perfect place to protect the relics I find.
Alright, let's go farm some relics. What is this? Old bell. I mean, oh, but it has other stuff on it too. I know we don't have anything else to put on anyway. Slow time, double knives. Oh, I'm a little bit short. Let's remove. I want to go. I don't know if you can still do this, but I want to max that.
This bell bears our
They have
memory.
loadouts now? Yeah, it's so cool.
Ma'am,
That's so cool.
this must be a nightmare. Have not that merchant already perished? And a body? I know not if this be the work of forces from
I guess I should have taken my auto attack still. You know what? Challenge run. I don't need it. I'm not getting the other one. My trinket disable, leveling it up. Oh.
An artifact.
Goblin. No, I removed my auto attack. I should have kept that one because you can't level that up anyway. But I don't really need it for the build I'm doing. Both are fist damage, right? Yeah. I'm zooming, dude. I really want the... I feel like it's an artifact or reliquary thing to get chain though. I really want that. Makes it so good for clearing. I might struggle here with just this because I don't have AoE on it. Might be a bit of a struggle. Well, that's part of the fun. Yeah. Get knife upgrades. I'm fast enough that I can dodge him, that's good.
At least it ain't just the foes who return from death.
More melee skill damage. Does this count as melee? Mobility, projectile, and spell.
One until I rescue our dear counselor.
Oh, bleed chance.
Shall have the
Yes, please.
it deserves.
AoE, big. Need that. They nerfed lifesteal already? I don't know. Actually, in roguelike, lifesteal is always nerfed a lot. Basically like Blade Vortex with the movement ability at the moment. And the movement ability does a lot of damage. But I need to get like the chaining. That would be nice right now. Ooh, 30. Huge. That's a big difference. More move speed. Charge amount on relics would be sick. Yeah, there's a lot of good things. I really need chain. I guess I don't need it. Like I can clear like this, and I could just focus on doing damage. Have a better single target. At least the AoE helped a lot. Volatiles. I don't know if there's corpse explode. Lead damage plus 30%. I'm not gonna buy any of these. I'm too poor to keep re-rolling. Close to leveling. More damage. Knife generation is really nice though. Of course, it explodes more enemies exploding on death. Yeah, it doesn't help you much for like single target. Bosses usually don't have too many ads. Like kind of melee. I guess. Yeah, medium. During one minute melee did feel weaker than the range unless you had lifesteal and then you're mortal? Yeah, that happens in a lot of games. I don't know, because this is my first time playing this patch. I don't know. Probably people in chat that have tried like a more up-to-date version like this. Bleed damage 30%. Alright, can I kill this guy with this?
The merchant? I'm not just done with this demon!
Wow. What are my damage difference? The move speed helps so much too. Tempest, Skull of the Beast, hitting and crystal damage. Okay, you know what? Let's do the cyclone thing. I should have like saved money to reroll to get a different relic.
The source of this evil lies much deeper.
Blade is nice, yeah, even here, which is like a big scale up. Still does like a lot of damage. That blade is chunking, bro. Chain right now though would like make the build for clearing, because my single target's fine. Yeah, it's like a roguelite ARPG. Go bleed, it's your birthday. Or potions, bro. I mean, honestly, that is nice. 40%. Bit more life. Getting decently far on my second run. Not too much time either. If I had chain there, they probably all would have been dead already. Look at that bleed chunk.
A reward for the defender.
The greater tool of enhancement. Is that crafting currency? Like PoE crafting currency? The devs have been like really inspired by PoE too. Like they did talk about PoE a lot. Really cool. I'll try a hardcore run later too. Boing. I'm talking to one of the devs in the Discord during 1.0 release. Oh, nice! Yeah, that's super cool. Honestly, damage still holding up. We really just want like chain. Life regen. Not much time left. I can't afford after rerolling. Oh no. Oh no. Oh nay. And now I'm not gonna have to be able to reroll this. That was a mistake. I should have taken life regen. It would have been so big for this boss. So you just kite infinitely then. That was stupid. Oh no. I've been hit already. Oh bleed. It's your birthday. This part sucks without chain. I'm gonna help a lot here. Dead? Are you thinking I'm dead? You do not know my gaming prowess. You do not know how deft I am at running in circles. Born in— oh god, no! I talked shit! I really should have had the regen. I actually would have been super fine. Oh no. Yeah, regen would have been fine. I fucked it up. Ah. Okay, that was embarrassing. I should have taken regen. I forgot like that it cost so much money after rerolling.
Back here.
Mad cause bad. I love that they have a target dummy.
3 years.
Why do we never get a target dummy in PoE? Right. Oh, you can rebuy them now to reroll them. That's awesome. Double knives. Okay, let's do a cyclone build.
Of the Backlands.
Do the energy shield.
Humble servants, living as king.
Honestly, I can probably do both. Hi Weasel, how you doing? See you, dude.
Let them call our homes shoddy. At least in Canudus.
To be fair, I still should have taken auto attack. I don't know why I'm not taking it. Too much brain lag. I have energy shield now. Okay. Decent start. Maybe that's just my thing now. No auto attack runs. It's Hellclock on Steam. Do we have a command money key? I think we do. Yeah, I don't know how crafting works. That's new to me. Another game is gonna have crafting. It's so cool. Excited about that. Max knives +1. Enjoyed about Hellclock yesterday, but I'm duo building PvP with my Aurora. Oh nice. Tracker search kills spot mid frame. Cool. That's fun, dude.
My prayers have been heard. I'm grateful for this.
Medikey, you there? Move speed. Lightning damage, so I do want Ellie on this. Boink, boink. I'm crazy single target for this boss now. I don't have a good mana regeneration except like waiting though. So when did Hellclock get the patch with currency? Wow, look at my damage. Knife generation. Skill speed. We'll go skill speed.
Faith in Belomonte has brought me an enlightened instrument.
Matty, do we have a Hellclock command for like the link to the game and stuff? I'll go with perchance. Honestly, I should have gone for mana as well. Wait. Yeah, so you can check it out there.
This artifact shall aid me in vanquishing the enemies of
It's pinned as well. Oh! Oh, excellent. I don't see pinned links. Awesome, dude. Thank you. Very good. But yeah, it's like a ARPG roguelike. My skill speed. What's the max level on a skill again? Have they changed that? Conviction Cyclone's pretty strong though, because I get energy shield when I use mana. Is there a way to display my ES number at all times? Starting at 10 AM. Yeah, I told Maddie keep 10 to 12 and then I overslept. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. Do you know, when you think about it though, both of us should be waking up at more normal times, you know, so technically, I mean, I fucked up, but technically it's a good thing. Bollocks. I gotta have some excuse. Duration doesn't really help me. Look, Kev, you are a pioneer of comedy. You're the first person to say that. Without your quick wit, we would be useless. Dude, look how fast my Cyclone looks now. That's pretty cool. It like visibly looks a lot faster. How you doing, Mr. Kev? There goes the bunking. I'm a shining beacon of hope in this weary Twitch chat, yup. Walking is good, it got my wife pregnant, or do you mean Megabunk? That's funny. You can play mouse only, mouse and keyboard. They give a lot of options. You can play with the timer, without the timer. Dude, I'm so fast now. Oh, huge. I really need more mana though. I need more mana. I think I'm gonna insta-kill the boss now. Yeah, I've killed Chronos earlier. Oh, nice. Yeah, I have so much damage now. Should be able to progress to the harder content now then. Mother or perpetual help. While inside slow time. Repeater hitting with shadow dash. Skull wisdom. Increases max mana. Want any of those? You got me into this game originally when you did your ad and you were doing it again with the patch? Wait, this is my first time doing an ad for them. I think. I don't remember doing an ad for Hellclock before. That one. And I like that they added crafting. 2 hours. I'll probably keep playing after. No one tells you anything, Manicure. I'm sorry, dude. But I love you. Thought you did, or was it Steel? Maybe it was Steel. I don't think I've done one. I think I was away when they released. I feel like I was away. I remember they sent me an offer, but I'm pretty sure I was away. Like, I think it was on holiday. I think it was in Canada when they released or something. Dude! That would have been so good. Well, actually, not really, because I would have had mana issues. Canada represent? Oh, heck yeah, bro. Sorry, eh? Canada.
An artifact of divine lineage.
Theta just resubscribed for 68 months.
Can I show my ES? Vengeance mode. That's just easy mode? Does it say anything about vengeance? Player mini health bar. How do I see my vengeance? My energy shield. Hi Dark Jack. Can see you, dude. Odd numbers. Oh, that is it. Alright. Physical damage. Increase damage of area effects heals by 25%. Okay. Now, are we going to kill the boss this time, chat? Chat. Mana! Oh no! No! How did that hit me? Oh, he's someone here! Are you serious? Hi, Sabrina. Are you serious? That's bullshit! How did that hit me? That's crazy. Okay, need to get better.
The Republic.
Each spectral hit regenerates mana. Oh, I won that. That's awesome.
Killed what the
Testicle. Ash. Where's the thing
monarchy
about?
abandoned.
Is it over here? Ah. Where's the thing I
Backlands
just
were
bought?
always
Oh, here. I want a bigger rolling inventory. Okay, 5 points available. Okay. I think here we want right now? Not really. Alright, huge. There, I want that. I do want that, but I don't really have room. I could actually fit it if I get rid of that. Max conviction, XP gain, fire damage, XP gain. I'll do the XP gain. Electricity wave that deals 30% of double moves. Full on speed, max conviction, mana on kill. We can upgrade. Upgrade those two. Need to upgrade the clock timer. I haven't really run out of clock timer, so that's not like a big issue. Let me. I might as well have my auto attack in case I ever need it. There.
This band
It should be one hitting everything now. It's pretty strong with the base thing I have. Gonna run. Doing? Fine. Resuming. Resuming. You get so much further when you get good. Kills and stuff. I really want to go more into like the conviction for my tank. Go ES build. ES in every game, boys. ES in every game.
Aid me in vanquishing the enemies of Monetization.
Kill speed, nice. I'll do fist damage. That is a cringe. That is a VS. Oh, ES is good, what can I say? White HP. Blue HP always best. Blue HP always good, boys. Devs just know. I can regen mana if I really need to with this. Hello. I leave. Lead chance. Fuck! Can I get 1200 gold from chests here? 9! That is not enough. They're kind of close, though. Oh, man. That is unlucky. I need more gold. And I need more gold. Very like good like feel everything. Very nice. Learning shrine. Goblin.
A reward for the defenders.
Slightly better. Activate max conviction mana region. Maybe I should go for mana region. Oh, that's so nice. That was so worth. I need more AoE now. More AoE would be huge. I got more AoE! Hello? Thanks, devs. They're watching chat. That was scripted. That was scripted as fuck. Wait, what? Did I miss this Shrine of Learning? I thought I clicked it. I'm pretty sure I clicked it. I don't remember skipping one. Flip where I didn't have it. This is more PoE like than Megabunk. Megabunk is way more Vampire Survivors. This is more like... Megabunk is more like roguelike with some like elements of making a build, and this is like... oh, I'm fine with the mana cost. It gives me conviction. This is like very ARPG roguelike. Megabunk is Risk of Rain and Vampire Survivors? Yeah. Mana or skill cost? Well, the problem is I'd rather have regen, because if I lower my cost, I also lower my conviction gain. So there's a downside. Whereas upping my regen is just an upside. With no downside. No, I shouldn't have taken... It's not physical, it's lightning. Ah! That was stupid. I do have physical moves, but they're not the majority of my damage. That's dumb. Do less damage in this run. Calculated it. Yep. Enemies affected by slow time. Hitting enemies with Shadow Dash. Yeah, that's the one I want. That wasn't even close. I just wanted it to look, yeah. Hellclock as if PoE and Hades had babies. Yeah. Especially now, apparently they've added crafting, which I have not gotten to try yet. Didn't know they were doing. Very excited about that. So. What's the timer in the top left for, and why does it move fast sometimes? I haven't seen it moving fast sometimes. Sometimes it stands still for bosses. But the timer, so the game is called Hellclock. So it's 4 minutes until I die. So I have to see, like, eventually when you get to the power where, regardless of your character dying, you have 4 minutes and 30 seconds until you die. Regardless of, like, your health and stuff. Now, one of the things that I gave feedback on too was that, like, well, not everybody will want to play with a timer like that. So there's a mode where there is no timer. You have an option to not have the timer on. So you can like play the way you want to basically, which is really good. You can play like the intended experience like with a timer. You can play more like an ARPG. You can play it hardcore with no timer, and it's all about no timer, and it's all about just like making a build and stuff. Yeah, you can remove the clock from Hellclock. Play whatever you want. Great feedback. Can't remove the hell. Only the clock. Yes, it's really good this way, because then you have like a lot of options of how you want to play. Cameras are bad. Well, some people like it. Should have done a relaxed run actually. I should have done hardcore relaxed. Probably my perfect style. Thank you. Yeah, I tried the demo for Titan Quest 2. Yeah. I haven't played like the early access version. We'll play more. And my damage and clear seems really good now. I have 200 ES. I should have killed this on the last try, to be fair. My mana is really good now too. Oh wow, that hurt. Easy. 30% AoE. Holy boys. Fly, you fool. Oh, things hurt here. Oh god, my ES is not enough. All projectiles hit for so much here. Oh no. Well, I don't want to cast for free, but yeah, I do want to cast infinitely. Nice. That's 30 Hellclock seconds. We'll go for more damage. I only want more regen though, I don't want lower cost because then I'll get even less commission. What you got for me? Yeah. Honestly, it's almost free now. Open for moving those? Yeah. I clone in every game chat. The lightning proc is like pretty cool. Am I max now? 17 max? No. is not. Ooh, lightning damage 30%. That's lucky. Oh, good progress.
My prayers have been heard. I'm grateful for this gift.
Actually, so good now. This is my third or fourth run. I can't remember. Give me better options. For the density. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could like have the ability, but like block it so that I didn't get options for leveling it. Spectral knives hits and melee attack speed. That's the one I have. Plus 13 skill projectile amount. Summon damage, ignite damage. Wait, 5% of max conviction on kill. Split shot pierces 2 additional enemies. Double knives. Okay, I don't really want any of these, but buy it.
I reckon fortune's on our side.
Hey, boss.
Seems the more I pray, the more haunches appear.
Other easiest boss of my life.
The wretched man from Konuros. I did not have the delight of severing the head of that lunatic you call counselor, but I am greatly satisfied knowing that my army has decapitated that scoundrel.
I really like the art style. I don't know why, but it reminds me a little bit of Darkest Dungeon.
You hellhound.
Glitch shot gains ignite amount. Okay, let's try an ignite build. I don't know if they have prolift. And I just want to keep upgrading my cyclone.
Hellish heat.
We're in hell!
Devil himself.
This wasn't even in when I played, I think. It was. I think so. EA totems in the Hellclock. I'll try. Yeah, totems would be sick. I love totems. Something nice about it. I liked it ever since Diablo 1. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Feels pretty good now. Hits reduce lightning resistance, bro. Brother! Man, this is working really well now.
My prayers have been heard. I'm grateful for this gift.
Oh, my mana! I'm just generating energy shield now. Oh, but the timer's still going. LOL. Playing too relaxed. Need to grab that chest. We're running out of time. Why not take the reduced lightning res? The thing that costs 9,000 gold? When I have 3? I mean, I wanted it, that's why I was complaining. I wanted it. Anti-magic, life. Not gonna buy any of those. Not gonna buy any of those. Oh shit. And it was just a, gold cost issue. Alright. And the damage is nuts. Oh, bro! I did not realize I was not ready for a new move. Brother. No! It shotgunned me. I was doing so well.
Descent complete.
I was doing so well. 1.5k plague damage. I need higher plague resist. Chaos damage, dude. That went well.
The head cut.
The head cutter.
Brother.
Enemies killed by a repeater. Has plague damage in a small area. I don't know if I want to play repeater. I do like Cyclone. Let me check. Maybe we do different builds. This is my Cyclone build for now. 28 lightning damage, 58 mana. Holy, and plague resistance. That's got everything I want. I need more slots. 10% conviction per amount of spend. I'm doing more of that. Okay, and then soon we can get more. It's always chaos damage. Alright. I love that they have loadouts now. What's the one I just picked? Pierce. What was the ignite one? Whenever you ignite an enemy, gain a stack of Labradas. Alright, let's try to do an ignite build then. Double knives, but cost 50% more mana. Wow. I mean, that's really good for conviction buildup if you can, like, solve the regen. What is split shot? Is it fizz? Fire. It's pure fire, so not fire and fizz. Plague damage, fire damage. Skill, mana cost, mana, and lightning resistance. I could do that. Fire resistance. Oh, move speed and XP. We'll do that. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Be right back, chat. And then we're doing a ignite run. Oh, I should select the correct skills too. That would probably be helpful. Be right back. Alright, I'm ready. Ignite time. Ignite time.
Canudus is an oasis of hope.
Honestly, maybe I will have man issues on this. Welcome back, thanks! I missed you.
Liulang's just resubscribed for 21 months.
Liulang, thank you! Appreciate it. Heavy shot. Pierce is nice. What's my ignite chance, actually? I can get more. I'm gonna be done the next 2 days, and then I'll be back on Wednesday, and then we'll see what we do. Probably something with Steel. I'm gonna talk to him after my stream today. And we'll figure something out. Could take the rare one. Gonna get a limited amount of upgrades per skill. Definitely nice. Yeah, we'll figure something out. Figure out some good content. A few weeks to kill until new seasons. Fire, lightning, crit. I might not need mana. Go for damage. Kill them fast for needless mana anyway. Wonder if there's a way to make this chain. Does anyone know? If you could make it have more projectiles and then shotgun, that'd be kind of cool too. Do that. I also like I'm buying more things than I should. There's sometimes I just shouldn't buy things. Hold on. What am I getting conviction from? Oh, never mind. Anytime I use mana, I get conviction. That wasn't ailment duration. I want most speed. Well, I'm not a huge Grim Dawn fan. Like I like a lot of the things they do in the game, but I'm more excited for their new game. I do want to revisit it at some point, but like Hellclock is like super good. I think I like it a lot. Whereas like Grim Dawn, I think like impact is really important in a game, like the oomph of a skill. They're very different games though. It's an ARPG versus roguelike. This does have a lot of ARPG features in it. Yeah, that's fair. He died to bees while playing with me. Bees! I don't mind DLCs, personally. I don't really care about what type of monetization a game has, as long as I feel like it's fair. Increasingly isn't in games. The 12 or 13 for Hellclock, it's pretty good. Pretty good monetization, I must say. Or maybe he hates you or something. Maybe that's it. Maybe he doesn't hate Power Weasel after all these years. It would make sense, actually. Mocking me for the bees. A monster. I wish my character rotated still while I like hovered around. That's true. That's true. Been a while. Thankfully. Ah! What'd you get? Dude, I have so much energy shield on this build. Toxic? Don't try to go, no, I'm gonna wait till I'm money place most stuff such first, yeah. And this is super fun, for sure. Also like quite a lot of different builds you can do in it now. Yes, crafting will probably open up a lot. When do I unlock crafting? I definitely want to try that. Lightning arrow moment. My energy shield go up. I haven't taken like damage at all in my life on this build. Fire lightning, yeah, fuck yeah, it's cheap too. It's like Hades and PoE had a baby. But they have apparently added crafting this update. Yeah, I know. Not as much single target on this, but a lot more defense. Cyclone. Are you competing with me in Mega Bunk? Yeah. Foxy's just too good. I can't compete with just how awesome Foxy is at video games, you know? It's just unparalleled levels of skill. Clip it. That's just made Foxy's whole year. You know, honestly, sometimes I think of myself as a bit of a Make-A-Wish streamer because of people like Foxy in my chat, you know? It's nice to help out. Do a little bit of charity on my spare time. Listen to that every night before I go to sleep. See? It's that easy, chat. What charitable stuff have you done today? +1 fragment of locksmithing. Dude, I'm zoomy now. We have 6 minutes left still. I did upgrade my Hellclock time too. Fine. Dude, where's the fire damage? 9. Hey, Seraph. 244, nice. Already Hellclock seconds. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of lightning damage options. I don't need that.
A reward
Nice.
for defenders of the path of light.
Does base damage affect everything? Like even my movement ability? Like how's that balanced at the moment? Yes? Oh, okay. Not just if I use the gun. That's good to know. Like a very nice mix between like Hades, bullet hell, ARPG. I need to try out the crafting. It's particularly interesting to me. I really like when a game has strong crafting. Bullet Hellclock. Is Ignite stacked once? I think I only get one Ignite. Easy. It's really a bunch of people who don't know Pee-wee had a Battle Royale. Yeah, true. I didn't get a... I think... First time. Buy them afterwards. Dude, we're still at 6:30. Holy. Oh no. Bro, I didn't know they fought back. I actually killed them so fast.
An artifact of divine lineage.
We're alive. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Dude, Cyclone was so much stronger at this point. Oh god. Dude. It's only giving me this, which I don't want. Oh. Do it to BR would go so hard, but it... I don't know. The big thing with the Battle Royale is you need asynchronous queuing. I think that's very important in games. People don't like just sitting at a menu exclusively waiting for something. I think in general, gamers are getting a bit less patient. They want like constant action. For the most part. And my Ignite doesn't do that much damage. And it doesn't proliferate, I don't think. It doesn't spread. I assume so. This thing. Did lightning damage again. Brr. I don't know. I don't think so. I only have... Oh, actually level 20 might be max. Try repeater next. There. Plague damage. Yeah, I think so. I think Repeater has Corpse Explosion, right? Look at that. Oh no, oh no, oh my god, I almost died. Hellclock's insane funny, he'll thank me later. Yeah, no, it is a really good game. They did a really good job with it. Brazilian developers. Double knives add 23% base chance to apply bleed on physical critical hits. Bleach life. I think the conviction is just strong enough that you don't really need life.
Objects of great power.
But I need
I
chaining.
reckon fortunes on our side.
I like how snappy the game feels. Yeah. It's a very important. It's in one of the most important things for me in a game. That the game feels snappy. Snappy and reactive. A lot of games don't do that. Oh, I have no damage. Wait, I do no damage. How did this happen to me? Wait, I do literally no damage. I killed this so easily. Yeah, I'm playing veteran mode. My name is Azern. Prepare to die. Oh, yeah, no, I'm playing hard mode. Is it just like ES's crazy fire eyes, or does the enemy just have crazy fire eyes? Like, what's happening here? Okay, it's going down a lot more now. I stand closer and shotgun too, that's better. Easy. I suffer. Spectral knives bounce! Fuck yeah! You know, Foxy, you know, you don't even have a reason to be bad in games. It's just your default, alright? So I wouldn't talk too hot shit, Foxy, alright? Wouldn't talk too hot shit. I love the trash talk here. You buddy.
This artifact shall aid me in vanquishing the enemies of Monetization.
Different than the one I had? Dude, I have no damage now. I'm so dead. Oh, that thing disappeared instantly. It's all over, chat. We'll go the blades next time, though. You found something V-Rising with other streamers soon? I do that every time they do an update. They do an update. I would, yeah. Okay, slightly more base damage. I don't know if they're even doing any more updates. %15% move speed if you haven't taken damage. Down speed. Man, sucks. Oh, we won. We won. Okay. Wow, that fire damage made a big difference. Ignite did more. Really do much. But yeah, no plans unless there's an update that I don't know about. Super fun game though. And it's kind of crazy how many good games there are now. As somebody that grew up in the 90s, we had like so much less choice. I was saying the same earlier today. Yeah, like this is nuts. This year especially, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even played most of the games this year that are up for like Game of the Year and stuff. All spoiled, it's nice. Okay, I think we're gonna be here for a while. Bro. The ads do so much damage. I actually think, I don't know if I can do this without any regen. Bro. Oh no. Oh, I'm so fucked, bro. Oh. He never summons ads again. Something hit me. Oh no. Oh god. How did that hit me? Oh shit, I got a healing potion from an ad. Ah! Oh! No! No. Oh! Oh! Ah! Fuck! Easy game. Did it not heal me? What the fuck? It usually heals me after a boss. Brother man Bill! Mediocre at best? Wait, are you talking about your life? Oh. Too real! I mean, talk shit, get hit! Oh. Does he have Foxy? Okay, I did like no damage now. I make you giggle today, that's good. What I'm here for. Mostly shit talk, but sometimes laughter. You got a lot of loot. And it was a lot of loot actually. Getting crazy XP here. Oh. No. No, I'm screwed. I am screwed. But we can do the blades build I want to do next time. Infinitely hitting them until they hit ignite. And compared to Cyclone, I'm doing very low damage. Oh god. Wow. That was snappy though. It's such a good thing not to have to worry about in a game. Like I really personally really dislike when things feel like, you know what like when a game has built-in lag. Like do you remember early Dota? I really dislike built-in lag to the game. Man, if I had more money. If only I was richer, chat. Oh no, I went a bad way. You never played Dota, sadly? I don't know if that's sadly, but yeah. MOBAs are not like games people play for fun. Like, this is the type of game people play for fun. MOBAs are like the type of the game you play, like, when you've done something bad and you want to atone for it. Games like this is like a treat. Like, oh, you know what? I want to have fun. MOBA? Like, I've done something bad. I deserve punishment. League and Dota. Alright, we are so fucked.
It is hard to believe that a traitor...
Me vamos, shinderu.
I was never
Ah!
with you. I have
Oh,
never
go,
slain
go.
the innocent. Rebels and conspirators. They are the lowest of criminals.
I'm just gonna easily outskill this boss and not get hit a single time. I got hit. Oh no. Oh no. Thing is, chat, when you're as good as me, when your reactions are this fast, nothing is hard. I would catch it. I'm simply too fast. Yeah, WC and mouse to aim and shoot. Woo! He's beginning to believe. I am him. Easy. Dude, if Mike Knight did more damage now and I was basically explosive arrow, I could just keep my explosive arrow up on the boss. Good things bosses on a regen? What are you trying to say, huh? Says this is 1/8 of the life bar? I'm just that fucking good at video games. To be honest with you, people wish they were this good at video games, alright? Look at these dodgers, not getting hit. Dealing damage at the same time while talking to chat. I can do it all, chat. He can do it all. He's crazy. I'm basically TY killer right now. Log in, dude. This is having a Quinn moment today. You know what? I did not plan to do this low damage. That actually came naturally. That was not intended. I don't usually do this low damage. Yeah. That is certainly a moment. It was not intentional, I will say. But sometimes you just gotta do ZDPS, chat. He's insane. We're actually gonna be here for a while. That could have been it. I'm too good. BRB, gonna go get groceries. Oh, can you bring me back something? Some Skittles? Hey, I got hitted. Imagine if it has an enrage. No, no. Oh my god. I almost died. I almost got stuck. I would have been so mad dying after all this. I'm not even halfway. I am halfway. Looks like devs need to just boss life. Oh, I don't think this is a balancing issue. I think just the, well, maybe like the build I'm playing is a bit low damage, but like my Cyclone build would have killed this in like 10 seconds. Buff this build a bit maybe. This is generally just got a bad build. Yeah, but I mean that would still be a balancing issue, right? Because I did go for a lot of damage. But I mean maybe there's another way to build it with like different relics. Ignite does seem pretty bad though. Ignite does seem pretty bad. There are a lot of relics, right? Yeah, I mean I probably could have gone more projectiles and done more shotgunning. Can I not phase through it with a dash? Seems like no. We're getting there. Oh, that could have been bad. Oceans look like a water balloon. You know, I should have done a prediction at the start of this, like who thinks I will win, and I bet there would be a lot of channel points changing hands. And I saw my damage. A few hours later? Bro, this is not even a 10-minute fight. Not even a 10-minute fight, bro. Oh no. It's too ethical. Easy, easy.
This victory is for each soul of Canudos.
Easy peasy.
Their spirits. And the
Next patch and rage timer added to all bosses. Hey, double knives doesn't slow you down. Ignited will make their loot always attracted to you. Huh. I beat Act 1, dude. The sponsored section is over, by the way. Time flies when you're stuck on bosses. Huge thank you to Hellclock for the sponsor. I really appreciate it. Again, if you guys liked what you saw, make sure you go check it out at the link. I think it's the pinned message as well. I am gonna keep playing a bit.
May my faith.
Entire sponsor stream is one boss fight. Hey, okay,
His name is
bro.
The effects
Not
of
that
the
bad.
So much effort.
Big Knight definitely need some help. Yeah. Alright, we're in Act 2 now. I've not tried any of these. Are any of these cool? Well, first, I really want to do Spectral Knives now. Now that I have the Reliquary that I wanted. Spectral Knives bounce! I can have multiple, or can I not have multiple uniques? I probably can. I have... Quills are probably... Okay, cool. I'll try that at some point. Maybe I do repeater spectral knives, because I don't have enough to go all in on one yet. I know kill's nice, but I can't really fit it. Alright, I'll buy that for later. But later never came. Oh, maximum skill level by one. Blessing banishing next time. Oh shit, I can do the thing now. I can do that. Oh. I mean, I could do both. Okay, we'll do that. And then we should upgrade some of these. Alright, cool. Okay, cool. And then we do... Alright, I still have auto attack, but I don't really use that. Alright, let's try it. Hi Arcon, how you doing? Nice. Instantly starting with a rare. Wait, I should be... Let's kill myself. Let's go Act 2. Your level set to 2? What do you mean? There's a little plus to underneath skills where you add a level.
My God. Forgive this.
We fought and shed the.
Oh. 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 Is that just free? Huh.
Enemy's blood. But
It starts at a higher level now?
Monte Santo.
Oh, okay. So I don't want it on the dash then. Yeah, I see. Like 1.75 seconds more. Cool. Enter the portal.
This is
Fall damage.
the soil of
Be my single target, I guess.
the scent of the dry soil is unmistakable. The sorcery's this. How have I come here?
Oh, that's such a like D2 throwback of all truth. This is way harder. Knife bounce amount. Yes, please. I should go down there and see if there's anything down there. The chest. Look at the bounces. The new playback thing, I keep thinking I accidentally started watching a VOD somehow. Yeah, I get that. I've seen a lot of people talk about the new VOD feature on Twitch that way. Maybe I should do this and Cyclone. Monster Beetle. Are you a Monster Beetle, chat? Fire, lightning, physical. Are both of them physical at least? I didn't really get into the newest Hades. I don't know, but it didn't draw me in as much as the first one did. For me. Sadly. I like Megabong more than Hades. Yeah, I didn't play that much. I don't know. I just don't know. Man, these are so tanky now. I guess I'll get stronger fast, but maybe I should have done another Act 1 run. Man, that explosion is really good when it detonates. Yeah, nice and losing. Yeah, it's really good. Oh yeah, I still haven't like... Is crafting not unlocked for me yet? Does anyone know? That was added this patch, but I don't know how it works. Damage... It is! Okay, let's try to explore crafting.
Demons, your presence here is
In your relic, look at where you put your relics. Okay, cool, thank you. Demon. Those are potions, kid. Different, both of these are kind of clearing abilities. Oh, from the demo? Nice. That's good. I have nothing to bounce off. I end up with such low damage. I'm not cyclone. I'm just trying to show off the game mechanics, okay, chat? Neither. It's roguelike. It's like Hades and PoE had a baby. Yeah, instead of just one-shotting everything. You can get me. You know, like, it must suck, you know, as a dev to, like, make bosses and then players just one-shot them. So I don't want that to be... Like, I want to make sure to show off everything, you know? Take my time. Maybe I should have done another Act 1 run before Act 2. Maybe I should have engaged with crafting by now. Going yesterday, I went really well. I think it went really well. Hopefully chat liked it too. Cast Judgment automatically on the position of enemies when they die affected by Judgment. Convert Holy Rosary. Cast Lasso. Any of these that are super cool? I haven't tried any of these new ones. Or should I reroll? I can reroll at least once. They're meh. Oh, Veil of Quill pierces 3 additional enemies. Somebody said Quill was really good. Bombard now follows the player. Quill's relic. Okay. I might just kill myself now and do a better build. Unless that damage helped. You want to stream the PoE2 race? No, I did some practice and it's like 4 hours for me. I wasn't that keen. I just couldn't get into like the mental space of practicing. Sadly. Oh, nice chain. It's just like, it wasn't something I was super keen to do and people weren't keen to watch it either. It was like, would I rather have 2k viewers on Megabunk or would I rather have 1k streaming race practice? when I'm not super keen and people don't really want to watch it, then I was like, I'd rather do something else. If it was something people were really keen to watch, then I think it would have been a bit different, but when it was both, then it was like, too many downsides. Because I do care about what people want to see as well. Oh. Oh. Oh wow, that's huge base damage. Oh, that actually changed everything. How long is a full playthrough of this? Oh, I don't know. How many acts are there now? Dude, the AoE on that is nuts. Yeah, same run. I'm so excited for it. Great, cool. Oh, if I can get enough gold for that, that would be sick. 3 for the story, but then you get access to a whole other tree, which requires some extra grind. Oh, like an endgame. Cool. Sounds good. I should be able to get 4.5k, right? I left another 2 side areas. Okay. Could have taken AoE on the explosion too. I'm so close I can taste it. Can you taste it, chat? Imagine if you could taste video games. What do you have for breakfast, Dota? Tastes like salt. I got 4.5. Imagine tasting League. I got Resident Evil. Eating cigarettes. Alright, 40% more damage, that should be huge. Does attack speed affect the... No, I guess not, right? Really have an attack. Oh god. Oh, let me through. Oh hell yeah. Good explosion. Okay. Explosion's really nice. That can be fun to build around too. Wow! I thought I had high health. Did I just get like bursted down? No, I think it's single player, right? I don't really know what killed me there. Alright, let's try to figure out crafting. I died. I had a good run. How crap.
The ruin of our people.
They moved mountain, we lost.
Mm. Oh, no. This is it. Oh. Cool. Replaces a relic affix chosen at random with a different one. There's actually like, that's alchemies, transmutes, regals. That's so cool. Alright. Where the quill thing? That's so cool. How's the quill thing work? Well, Veil of Quills peels 3 additional enemies. Oh. What is Quill? Plague. Plague damage. Does it have a cooldown? Does cooldown affect it? Does it say 0.5 cooldown? No, I don't think so. I don't think CDR affects it. Increase maximum skill. Blessing banish. I can banish my movement. Well, that's the second relic that you can get that makes the build really pop. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Wait, can I upgrade Grand Relic? There's a common relic. They should do the PoE thing where it hovers over which one you can actually use. A common relic into a magic relic. Is this common? It is. Oh. Heal mana cost and fire resistance. Wither build-up rate. Yo, I love that they added crafting. That's so fucking cool. That is so fucking cool. Wither. Is that a skill? Regiment. Level us wither build up. That's skill. Very cool. Proj is also huge for it. Didn't I have plus Proj? On something? Move speed, fire damage, mana cost. Fizz and lightning, XP. I swear I had something with Proj, bro. Projectiles. Plague damage. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't get any Proj. I feel like I had though. Sorry, I swear I had something. Cast judgment automatically. Oof. Okay. Oh. Pardon the recycle chat. Yeah, I don't know. I must not have had any Proj ones. Am I sure? Yeah, I don't think so. Most trade mana region. I mean, that one is kind of nice. Bonus for like drop chance. No, it's single player. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool. Blocks of random fracturing. That's so cool. Implicit fury, implicit discipline. Oh shit. Wait, this is corrupted. Wait, there's Vol Orbs? Oh my god. Alright, cool. This is so cool. Fuck, I wish I could reroll that. Okay, I can. Alright, cool. You can use crafting stuff on the unique relic as well? What? But it's unique. Places a relic affix? I can just reroll them. Kinda good though. I reroll this one. Okay, that didn't go very well for me. I need to pee, then we're gonna do more. Be right back. I need to eat soon too. Deal. We go. Can try rolling that fist damage off your innate. I used all my crafting already. I went in too deep. It looks cool though. Wait, I don't want to have repeater. No, watching the PoE race? No, not at the moment. Let's try Judgment. It's pretty mana heavy. Okay, cool. Alright, cool.
These demons reckon they...
Oh, I should have banished.
I say they've never known drought.
Oh, that's cool. It is very mana heavy. Oh god, it's like their ability. Oh yeah, I can't kill that because of mana. Oh no, it only... Okay, fuck me. Yes. It only banishes that one singular thing. Not like the entire skill. Cool skill though. A shit ton of mana investment. If only someone had told me. I don't have enough mana. To be fair though, that's really good for like conviction generation.
Uncook0HN raided my stream with 66 views.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Uncle John. How you doing, dude? How's your stream? What are you up to? Plague damage. It's fixable later, yeah. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. I wish I had more mana on kill. It'll be decent for single target too when only one thing is up. Vandrelli.
Vicious Soul gifted a tier 1 sub to Uncle0HN.
Thank you. Thank you, Vicious.
First gift sub in the channel.
Appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the raid. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Okay, we're just doing a little bit of Hellclock. Just finish up a sponsor and just get after it because it's pretty fun. Go eat. Not too long. Some food. I haven't really eaten much today. Please. There's a relic combo with a knife, 3 game I don't hit. Oh, I should have done that. I have that. I have that option. I just didn't do it. Just didn't do it. Does it pierce at all? Like, is there a way to make it pierce? So that it just keeps circling things? The other relic? What's that one do? DDR 13. The relic makes it pierce right now, otherwise it would hit and stop. Oh, okay. It is doing that. Is it just like, do I need more duration then to make it like last longer? You can only hit 2? Oh, nice battle, I think. Come to Brazil! Even that little mana helped a lot. Dude, my damage is so much better with this than the last ability. Oh god. I guess duration would help. Oh, I got stunned. Movement speed's so big doing this. Dude, look at my conviction too. I'm very convinced. Summon the guard activation. Bombardment now follows the player. There's summons. Oh, -10 medical.
Plans were not made for the likes of you, worms.
Worms. Cool build. The combo of the two relics really makes the skill fun even into endgame. Cool. I should have I didn't debuff the boss. Would have made a big difference. Is the other one like an explosion? Undeath explosion? You can swarm the screen, it's so fun. Oh, nice. The game looks good. It is a lot of fun. There's a link in the chat or the pinned message. Finished up a sponsor for them. Playing a bit. It's right here the enemy, it stacks and explodes. Oh, cool. I think duration would be good too. Don't really need cooldown. I do need mana regeneration though. You get more projectiles? Cool. I'm sold, looks like a fun time, yeah. Oh, that helped a lot with the mana, dude. How do you guys like it? Actually really good now. Even with just that mana increase. Grug, 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 grug. Imagine if games started making that the way potions were balanced was around the characters' need to pee. Why am I not getting any upgrades? Rank 8. You have to go to the bathroom all the time if you're chugging potions. Oh no. That's from kidney failure after 3 maps. Using the potion kind of so yeah. Oh shit, I really want that. Can I get enough gold for that? I don't know if I've left enough on the ground. I didn't reroll. Okay, some. Nah, I doubt that I can get 4.5k here. Oh, actually. +1 kidney stone. Kidney stones! No, Doc, what could it be? Kidney stones! A friend that gets kidney stones all the time. He's had it like 10, 15 times. Every time I link him loads of Joey memes. My kidney stones! So good. Good times. It's a geologist. I had 11 kidney stones in 1 year. Wow, would you not just remove your kidneys at that point? Like, do you really need them? At that point, they're just a hassle. I asked. Funny. You do need them. Spoiler alert. 2 times on that. I've never had them. People say there's like a dietary thing, but like everyone always says that I'm gonna get kidney stones, and I never fucking get it. Never had it. I love the crafting component parts though, that's so cool. No, I mean, that's the thing, I used to not drink water. I would drink like less than 1 bottle of water a month. So people are like, you're gonna get kidney stones. About to hit 37 and like... Oh, it's my birthday soon. That's crazy. Oh, I'm about to be 37. Dude, once you hit 30, birthdays are like, oh no, 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 no. Oh, I almost died. I'm so dead.
Afford to faint here. I'd best hurry.
Yeah, sure, will do. Okay, once the time runs out, the time might not run out. I might win. There's no faith. Bitch. Got another 30 seconds. Yeah, that's fine, Derek. Yeah, for sure. It's time. Have I done anything crafting? Yeah, we just did a bunch of crafting there. I gotta go eat. That was fun, though. I love that they've added, like, the crafting stuff. Again, huge thank you. By that. Huge thank you to Hellclock for the sponsor. And hopefully you guys enjoyed watching it. I am not going to be streaming the next 2 days. I am going on like a excursion with my wife and my kids. Yeah, spend some family time. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Probably do something with Steel. Either like Abiotic Factor or fuck, what's the other game we're gonna play? My wife. Peak. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Try to die less than I do. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.
Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Isrin here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Scissorin here. Scissorin here.